Dizzy Maid, welcome back. Good to have you live. And thanks for the 15 months. That's a long time. Thanks for the support. And Juno Dene, thanks for the gift to Monica 4. Appreciate that. Thanks for Yo, Obother, what's up? It's been a minute indeed. Wait, so if you use a VPN, they shadow ban you? That's kind of crazy. Was your location still set to the US?
This is when I popped into chat saying that I'd left my VPN on.
I've used a VPN on Twitch.
I'm gonna fast forward beyond that part. I had a VPN going, and when I was setting when I use Mulvad VPN, when I have that on, my chat messages don't show up. I think Mulvad's been like shadow banned on Twitch, which is fine. I just disable a VPN in order to talk in people's chats in Twitch. It's just silly though, like whatever the New York VPN is, whatever the New York address is for Mulvad is shadow banned. All right, I gotta get the fan thing out of the desk, and then I'll run an extension cable over to here so we can read from the sensors. I want to get this fan thing up and running. It's been screwing up. I don't know why. I'll explain it more in detail when we get started. God, I am tired today. Ugh, gotta get my bones going. Bump, 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 bump. Let's see here. What's going where? What is going where?
Someone asked what I'm drinking tonight. The answer is it's a Modelo. They're making this Modelo Chelada now. I don't know if you've ever had a Chelada, but it's like a Colombian drink. It's just a light beer with salt and lime in it, like a lot of lime and a lot of salt. It's really good. It's like the margarita.
Hopefully I have enough extension cable-y things where I can get the signal from that sensor all the way over to the fan thing so we can work on it on the bench.
I had to put it in
I think I do. I got the one right here. I mean, I got the really long one from VR, but I don't think I need that.
I think. No, wait, it's not a 40 ounce, but it's like the double size can or whatever. It's really.
Stream Deck notification is faster than the Twitch bot notification. That's funny. Yeah, Twitch is they're, I don't know, the API has been kind of slow. Beatus, sub to the tier 1, 9 months. Hey Beatus, how you doing, man? How you doing? Let's put you up on the board. Burn the subs. Yes, indeed. Oh, let me move. Gotta move some stuff off of burn the subs that I may actually burn them. I believe it is active right now. We're just waiting on the Twitch API. Speaking of, any minute now. Oh, there it goes. The Beatus. Welcome to the board. Thank you for subbing. Whoever subbed at the end of last stream, at the very end, like right after I hit the stop streaming button and I had to run over and turn off the board, turns out, I don't know, they must have hit an exception or something. Or must not have hit an exception. I don't know. It must have been too early to burn, which is unfortunate. The Beatus! Oh man, you're right on top of Diva something or other. Welcome to the board. All the way up in the corner. Congrats. All right, what are we doing? Am My hair's all over the place. What's going on with that? Fixed it. We're having an OnlyFans stream. Oh yeah, I guess I unplugged. I can see where everything was when I unplugged the thermals yesterday. Day before. Let's disable those. Re-enable them. Okay. At least these don't suffer from weird settings malfunctions. Ah yes, I was using the mouse recently. I can tell by the thermals. The thermals don't lie. All right, yeah, I gotta get the fan thing out of my desk. Let's move this motherboard. This, like, $1,000 of computer equipment here. I just got this drive, which is like a super sweet Corsair. It's like super. Once over just to make sure that there's nothing stupid at my desk, because I'm gonna move the camera over there so you guys can see the kind of struggle that I have to go through in order to get this thing out. screw after this, so I gotta hold it up with my other hand. Oh, come on. There it is. Don't drop the screw on my face. Put it basically within arm's reach, just below me. I've done this a lot, working on this thing. I don't know if we should like fully redesign this in the same way that the computer case was redesigned. It's tempting. Ah, almost dropped that on my face. See what I was talking about? It's tempting to fully redesign this, but I don't know. Oh god, I can already feel the dust. There's just a lot of dust here. Alright, so this comes out, actually this comes with me too. This is the temperature sensor for the outside environment. I need to, I need to untangle that from everything. Alright, well first let's get the whole unit out. And I'm gonna unplug everything from it. Boop, 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 boop. Ah! Jesus, almost hit me in the face. Alright, this is the exhaust for the desk. Jeez. Alright, so that's one thing. Next, I have to get all of the stuff. I have to get the outside air temperature sensor, which is this. And I have to somehow extract it from the mess that is my desk. And then it would be nice if I could get the, what do you call it, the power thing out of here. Get that power out. Where's that gone? Where are you? Come on. Come with me. There it is. Oh, that's not so bad, actually. Hopefully, we gotta evaluate whether or not this is enough power to run everything. Should be, but I think with the LEDs going, it's not, because it's getting, this is a warm power brick. Alright, so there's that. This has to get plugged into an extension cable, and then this thing, come with me. I gotta unpack that, and then grab the temperature sensor. This is basically a DS1820. It's one of the Dallas temperature sensors, and I've shrink wrapped it in with its own, should I unplug that end? Its own like headphone cable and then a magnet in order to carry the signals to it, and so I can magnet it to the back of the desk. Ugh, in the face. All right, there we go. So that's extracted. Ugh. The hell are those? Oh, pieces of the RC car transmission that I was measuring. Yeah, I plugged in the Arduino programmer to it because it wasn't functioning properly. So let me get that out. Yeah. Parts rattling around on the desk right now. Try to get those out of there appropriately without sweeping them all off of the desk. Put the computer back to where it was. Get my extension cable. Ah, crap. I gotta go back down. Okay, here we go. Plug this in here. Now, I've got the two temperature sensors in the computer itself that we can plug into and get a readout on. I can barely reach the desk. Ooh, just subscribed. We'll put you up on the board. All right. That's the most audiophile thing I've ever heard. You can criticize tubes all you want. I don't care. I don't need you guys to approve of my listening situation, but I'm very, very happy with it. And I've had friends who are also equally stupid about sound come over and listen to it, and they were convinced that they need to buy that. I like the sound of tubes. I didn't expect to. I'm an audio guy. I know audio. I like audio. It's all I got. My eyes fucking suck because of diabetes, so I got my ears. And in my many, many years of traveling the soundscape, so to speak, I've tried a lot of different things, a lot of different amps and stuff, and I'm never really convinced that there's anything special about any of them. But tubes have a different physics involved in them in terms of how they're creating the voltages that are coming across the sound. And so there is a difference between transistors and tubes in terms of what you're hearing. I didn't expect that. I went and I bought a very cheap but good quality tube amp. And I gave it a listen. I gave it a listen on some nice headphones. And it's different. It's hard to put your finger on. I'm not one of these people who will cite a vintage of oh, the ones coming out of this area of Russia in 1959 sound better than this and blah blah blah. No, I'm not doing that. But I do like that I can buy antique electronics and then for $20 a tube, right? And plug them in to my system and then be able to listen to audio with them. Nothing fancy. Is the tube amp still available? Yeah. Yeah, you can buy them. Shit Audio, SCHIIT is who sells them. If you're willing to pony up. Yeah, and tubes get very hot. How hot are those tubes going into the heat camera? They're like a 20-watt light bulb. They're not cold. They're not cold. Not by any means. Yeah, Shit Audio is like entry-level audiophile, and it's pretty much as high as I'm gonna shoot for the gear that I have. My Trump check I spent on Shit, aka SCHIIT. I've been eyeing their more serious audio setup for quite some time, but the cheaper stuff is still very good from that company. Even the non-tube stuff, they're not just where I buy tube things. Ooh, that bent that a little bit, trying to pull on it. Yeah, hey, I'm not gonna try to sell you guys on audio stuff because everybody's got a different opinion about it. They're like assholes. And I don't mean the analogy that everybody's got one. I mean everyone is assholes. So it all depends on what you want to do audio-wise, and I'm not here to dictate any of that. All right. I think it's all about the reaction to the floor. The audio tubes seem to have a slow reaction to no sound. It also deals with the higher end differently, as well as a reaction to no sound is one thing, but the way that it handles a lot of signal and stuff, and I don't know. You just gotta give it a listen. It's just so much different. Unsole the F keys on your keyboard. What are you talking about? You psycho. I want to make something with magnet attachment to the lower part of my desk, but I don't know what. Wait, what? You could just get a magnet and just put it on your desk. The anticipation when you turn it on and it fades in. Yes, indeed. All right. I should dust this thing. God, there's just so much mess everywhere. Mess. Everything is mess. I'm gonna sweep in front of the desk. There's weird stuff. Just because I'm rolling around on the floor right now that I'm seeing it all. Doing my chores, sweeping the shop. That's pretty good. All right. Just get this over here. I've been working a little bit on the RC car stuff. If you guys see my stream projects section, you can see some of the 3D modeling that I've done. Because all I'm trying to do right now is make the 130 sized motor fit into the WL Toys kit. I really like the WL Toys chassis. I really like it. So it's going to be beneficial for me to get this thing into a 3D model. But it is tough, man. There's a certain language to the device design, right? There's a certain language to it. You can kind of tell how somebody's making something in 3D modeling software. You can kind of see the shapes that dictate how this thing is built and how you're going to extrude it and then do little chamfer edits to it in order to bring it into 3D modeling. But then you get to parts like the crankcase on this thing, which is, it really does seem like they took the locations of stuff and then built backwards from that. It's a really weirdly complicated part. And I can kind of see the steps that it takes to produce it, but I wasn't able to fully replicate them in Fusion 360. So I got a part that was very close to the right thing. It's pretty much the right thing, but it's just slightly altered from it. Oh, let me open it up. I can open, well, I got to update Fusion on this machine anyway. Damn it. Yeah, this is kind of what I was working on in lieu of streaming yesterday. I had to go to New Jersey. Got out of there before the storm hit, at least. What's this doing open? Get out of here. This is going to take a little while to open up because it's got to update and all that other stuff. Yeah, even Stream Deck is going a little slower because of... Oh, wait, no, I hit a calibration button. All right, well, at least the face cam is recalibrated, right? Yeah, you know, I fucking hate the fact that I can't complain about the CAD software I'm using without people going like, it's because that CAD software is terrible and awful and you shouldn't use it and you should use another CAD software. Nobody's doing that right now, but it does happen a lot. Every time you say one critical thing about the software, people say that you should use a different piece of software, but they're all able to be complained about. I don't understand what that's all about. It is really irritating. It's really irritating because, like, I love Fusion. I really do like it, right? Yeah, it really just kind of gets to you because it's like, I don't need to explain it, but it happens. It's going to happen in a minute here. As soon as I stop talking about specifically that annoyance, somebody's going to come in and with full sincerity say exactly that because I'm complaining about Fusion. I'm annoyed that it's updating right now, but it updated on the other machine too. I know, go emote only. Emote only, but then somebody's going to have an emote that says you should use different CAD software. Somebody will have that, or a sequence of emotes that say that. But it's not down to informing of other alternatives. It's the fact that, it's not that. They're not informing you that there are other alternatives. It's always, my CAD is better than yours. It's just childish. Did you fix Tasmoda Touchlight by the drill? Yeah, we added buttons to it. That's the way that I fixed it. I haven't given them fixed IP addresses yet, though. They should have their own. I need to make an IP pool specifically for like automation stuff. I need to make like a .3 or something and put a new router in. But I haven't done that. It would probably be a good idea because then they could fight each other. They wouldn't have to fight things like burn the subs. Because sometimes things will like take burn the subs IP. Yeah, that happened like once, but yeah. Yeah, the fix was just to use regular buttons. The touch buttons were too sensitive. I think maybe my wiring was also too small. Come on, buddy. That's what I'm saying. You're just repeating what I was saying. I mean, getting a new router would be a totally, you know, that's unfeasible. I should do that if there were more automated stuff throughout the house. I would do that, but I can just assign them addresses and give it a numerical range. I can make them static and then put them sequentially after a number. All right. What are you doing? What are you doing? Ah, the dreaded 2%. The 2% that takes 90%. God damn it. Yeah, exactly. It's just on a list of, it's not even on a list. It's just on like a little space in my brain that goes, these are things that you should probably address at some point that will take 2 seconds, but they're not worth doing right now. And then that ends up becoming a generational task that I'm going to have to pass on to my grandchildren. What the fuck is, what is this? Do stuff. God damn it. There we go. I needed to shake it. I had to grab it by the shoulders and actually shake it. And then I was like, all right, I'm done. Alrighty. Well, I just wanted to show you guys what I've been working on over the past couple days is just trying to get the models of these things in properly. I actually used the flatbed scanner, which unfortunately the flatbed scanner put a lot of shadows down for what it was. Excuse me. It put down a lot of shadows, which I wasn't too excited about. I took the plates and everything's kind of dark just because I wanted to match the actual look of the stuff. That would be the transmission, the differential housing of the RC car. See, I wanted to have all this stuff in here so that I could put some of the steering elements in because I've got a fairly restricted space here to work in. I want to make a new motor mount. That's what this is all about. And so I ended up taking all of this stuff and sort of modeling it in. There's still one problem though. They don't quite line up. And I think the problem here is my measurement of the primary base plate. Oh, and I also altered the carbon fiber so that it actually looks like the carbon fiber that I'm using. The Fusion 360 carbon fiber has a shininess to it that is not found in sort of the hobby carbon fiber. So this looks way more accurate, and see the glint of the virtual light doesn't blow it out and turn like the little dots on it into completely white dots. They look like static. Now that actually looks like carbon fiber now. It's pretty nice. But anyway, yeah, so I took this thing into CAD and I modeled this stuff. And this is the part that looks like it was built sort of based on where things were and then modeling around them. Because there are things like cuts for the differential that go all the way to the outside of the case. Like there's a hole down here that gets covered up, and then the holes in the top of it, and then 2 holes at the bottom. It's so weird. It's so weird. It's just got this really weird design to it. And I didn't get it totally accurately because I couldn't chamfer that out far enough without it interfering and the software breaking. I couldn't chamfer it out anymore. It looks like, by the looks of it, just we're taking a moment to digress. Here, let me show you the real thing. Saw an update progress that counter up and then lose 9 to 10% 5 times. What? Is it, I mean, there's different methods of doing update bars. I mean, some of them are event-based. Some of them are, like time-based. I don't know. There's a bunch of other ways. Software's weird like that. Doing a progress bar is somewhat difficult to do, actually. So some of the things that I found about this, right? You can see through that hole. You can't see through that hole. Turns out, these 2 holes do not line up with these 2 holes. These are slightly closer. There's a bird outside and it is cheeping, but it's doing that thing where it just peeps once and it's driving me batshit fucking insane. And then I think the distances to those are a little bit different, and I have to measure that out better. I think that's why the parts aren't quite lining up. I got these holes right, I got those holes right, and then the holes in the base plate, I used a scan of the base plate. I'll show you guys that. Let's see, that's here. I have to reevaluate where all the holes are on this thing. But if I look at canvases and I enable it, you can see it is a direct scan of the plate. And there's a big shadow. There's all kinds of big shadows on these lines, which make them harder to find. But yeah, all these holes right here. You've got 4 holes that are in alignment, and I think they're 4 millimeters apart. Or it's like that one, and then... And these are slightly inboard a little bit. I have to make sure that I get these right, though. I need to remeasure them against one another in order to move them around. It's just tedious work that I'll have to get back to. But yeah, bop. But yeah, oh god, the dimensions of the measurements are an absolute fucking nightmare. This is how I did it. All of these things, and I didn't base these on the transmission. I'm calling it a transmission, whatever that crankcase is, the differential housing. I probably should have based it on the measurements from the differential housing, but nah. Based it on the photo and then a little bit of intuiting numbers. Because remember, when you put the photo in, it's going to be in a different scale, and it's your job to scale it to the right scale. So you've got your calipers that aren't measuring exactly precisely what the measurements are, and then you have surfaces here, like curved surfaces, that aren't going to give you an exact right measurement, and then you have like hard surfaces, or like, you know, you have straight lines that aren't necessarily going to be perfectly straight, and there's going to be a tolerance on them, and then you have to reverse engineer what that number is and how they came up with those numbers and how they ended up building the actual solid itself in either CAD, or I would assume that they're using CAD for these things. But like, that was the challenge of this one. I mean, if you look at this one, oh look, it's a little housing, right, for gears and stuff. Look at how many drawings I needed in order to put this thing together. 7 sketches. 7. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. 7 sketches. Dear God. And what I came up with isn't exactly precisely it. If you look at the top of the diff housing, that's not this, that's this. Top of the diff housing, there is that curve right there. That little curve right there meets up with that inner chamfer, which is a pretty big one. I mean, this one's even larger. Big curve there. Right? For those two. Matt Stace, thank you for following. Oh, this one needs to be smaller. I kind of made a bunch of this stuff smaller. My Aegis resubbing. CAD's fancy, but burn time, not yet. I got a couple seconds still. Yeah, but getting all that into CAD was kind of difficult. I got close enough. There's not a big chamfer here. That should be much larger. But Fusion didn't let me do that. I did it out of order. I should have bored out the center part after, because then I would have been able to chamfer this over and had that sweeping curve right there. It doesn't really matter that much because this is a size guide. I didn't need to go into all of the detail on this thing. All I want to do is put together enough of the chassis that I can start to make a motor mount that fits properly. All right, let's put my Aegis up on the board. Burn time. But yeah, it was a lot of work yesterday. Oh, I also have a couple other parts that I haven't shown in that drawing yet. I've got some of the metal pieces, the axle pieces that I need to. I'll just show them briefly. You guys to know that even when I take a day off, I'm still fucking I'm still working on this stuff. It never ends. I'm hoping that I can make electronics that fit over top of the servo as well. I haven't been able to find a good model of that servo. I've got good servo models, but they're all larger servos. My Aegis, welcome to the board. You're right by Twitch is wonderful. and Rem Wolfie and Cocksmoocher. Ah, jeez. Somebody's boss is walking by right when I say Cocksmoocher. Yeah, that's actually a good way of thinking about it. I'm always doing this stuff. Sometimes I turn on the cameras. Yeah, there he is. The man, the myth, the legend. Cocksmoocher. You got an AIO water cooler? Hell yeah, man. Those are good. Water is a wonderful thing. It's very, very efficient. Yeah, some of the other parts that I made for the RC car. I made the WL Toys A-arm. This is the metal replacement that they sell for the A-arms of the RC car. The problem with these is that they're longer than the original A-arms, so you have to pretty much replace like everything when you do it. But yeah, there's this part, and that one was also a beast to reverse engineer, because you look at how it was designed. How was this thing designed? I think they probably started with these two pieces here and then put out a ball joint at a distance, because you've got the ball joint at a distance, you have a radius around it, then you have 1mm posts coming out in an A shape that goes to a like a straight area here, and then a 1mm post going to the side. This hole I couldn't put in until I did this chamfer, otherwise it would break the model. It's ridiculous. Everything has kind of like an order to it. Everything has to go in sequence, or else it all breaks. And then they added, for some reason, they added this here instead of having it just go straight over. They added like a radius to it. That would be these A-arms right here. That's what I modeled. I don't have all of the Heim joint pieces yet, but I do also have the spindles too. This is also going to help me put a body on the RC car when I have all the hubs in the place and I have all of the all the stuff where it needs to go. Is this an orthographic? No, it's not. Yeah, when I have all the stuff where it needs to go, I can also put the reciprocating dingle arms, actually, if I'm honest. This one was a beast because it doesn't just sit flat. It's got an angle to it. And I needed to figure out how do you measure this out in free space? How do you figure this out? I had to do what the radius, the difference between these two is about 1 millimeter, and then this is 2 millimeters. So this one is 3 millimeters from this end. But that end started as a square post. I've got warnings on the drawings too. What's the warning? Oh no, it's just highlighting them because see, this thing started like looking like mudkips. You guys like mudkips? What's PMI? I don't know what that is. My refrigerator's making like a screaming noise. I don't know what that's all about. That compressor's been getting loud lately. Yeah, all these little dimensions and the inside stuff. Ridiculous. But yeah, I got it. I've modeled most of it. I'm just working my way towards having, the full body ready to go. And that involves getting these things into position. PMI is dimensions that you can add to a 3D model. Dimensions you can add. So I'm not sure I understand. Like these in AutoCAD at least, and I'm sure other CADs like it. You start with a bunch of dimensions that you put down in a drawing, and then you can extrude from there. You don't have to necessarily do it that way. You can use a lot of the 3D modeling tools in order to do that. I like starting from drawings, but I can go back on these measurements and I can alter them, and they'll scoot stuff around inside of the drawing. If I alter like the boxes and stuff that I used, then it will pull up errors in the steps where it's, for instance, like it's missing an edge to put a chamfer on or something like that, and you have to go through and you redo that stuff because everything happens on a timeline in AutoCAD. So you start with a drawing, you create a sketch, you extrude from the sketch, and then you do all of these 3D modeling and altering steps after the fact. That's why it's drawing, extrusions, drawing, extrusions, drawing, extrusions. Usually I draw, extrude, chamfer is the method that I use for putting this stuff together. But like this thing, I feel like I did stuff in the wrong order. I think what I should have done is I should have extruded the big solid, because I took it like step by step by step, like a layer cake moving upwards. And I think one thing that I should have done is gone step by step by step upwards and then hollow out the inside. I didn't do that. I went step by step upwards, and then I hollowed out the inside, and then I figured out these little posts. And that was out of order, and that's part of the reverse engineering of you know, how they put it together. Part of the reverse engineering is, you know, doing it in the same order. So if I had done it in the same order, and I could actually move the extrusion step that I did in order to hollow this out. I could move that and then go back to the chamfer, add a chamfer, and then go back to the chamfer. And I think I could probably fix it at that point, but it's not worth it. I don't need that to be like hyper precise, because I'm not doing anything with that area. Basically, I just needed something that the A-arms would mount to, right? BRB gonna extrude a big solid. Yes, we're all just 3D printers. Separate to a sketch dimension, you should be able to bring the sketch dimensions through to the model. Use NX and it's possible it's there. Yeah, I'd probably do that, but I don't. It's not necessarily, because all the dimensions are in the sketch. You just go back to the sketch. And if I need a dimension, I usually measure something weird after the fact, like, oh, what's this distance? And then I'll measure that with calipers in order to make sure that I'm not going crazy. So 11 millimeters is about what I got on the calipers. Your model looks good. I wouldn't worry too much. It's not 100% accurate, and so I'm going to lose points when my manager goes over it. They're gonna harangue me about it because they have nothing else to do with their day. It really does look like they started with the pieces here and here, and like threw a differential in there, and we're like, all right, draw something around it. But yeah, I even got the little box on top, but I didn't carry it through to the ends. Unfortunately, though, when I put everything into the drawing, nothing lined up. I'm a little disappointed in that. Like, that doesn't line up in the end drawing. God, it's annoying. It's annoying. You measure so many things to be as accurate as you can possibly make it, and then it just doesn't work out. Broken Robot, you're following. Yeah, there's that little box on top that I was talking about. I can't believe I measured 1 millimeter for that, because it really doesn't look like 1 millimeter. I could, no? There we go. I mean, I guess if I chamfered the top pieces there, it might look a little bit more like the real thing, but it really looks like just a big cup on top of the thing. Oh well, I'm not going to stress about it. It's good enough. It's close enough that I'll be able to figure out how to mount a body to this when I put more parts in there. Because I've got the wheels, I've got the hubs, I've got the lower A-arms. I don't have the top. I don't have the ball joints. The ball joints are probably the next thing. I have some semblance of ball joints, but they're not the right thing, so I'll try to put in the ones that I have. And then I'll have the basis by which to put the servo in and the motor in, and I can figure out, because I want to have the electronics over here with the servo and the motor, and then yeah, I can design around that, and I can make a 130 sized motor mount that doesn't need screw holes in the front, because I don't want to bust screw holes into my nice plasma dash motor, because I think these motors will be really nice to have on there. Or Shorty would have me go 3-phase motor on it, but I don't want to. I want to make everything like really compact. I want it all to fit in the belly of the beast, so to speak. I want it all to fit in here. I want all those electronics to go right damn here. But yeah, it'll be nice to have a motor mounted that doesn't have screw holes that I had to add myself. Boing, boing, boing. Getting there. Anyway, put that aside. So we're doing OnlyFans today. I want to work on this fan thing that I built. And this thing is basically what's been running my desk, sort of. My desk is fairly restrictive. You guys saw it a minute ago. There used to be a keyboard tray that the computer would sit in, and then, well, it was essentially, it started off as a computer tray, or sorry, as a keyboard tray on a computer desk. I don't really use keyboard trays, right? I like to have my keyboard just like right here. It's just right. It's just right there. It's right there. Anyway, I have my keyboard just sitting on my desk, so I don't really use the keyboard tray. So there's like, what do you do with the keyboard tray that you're not using? I don't know. You put files there, right? You put paper there. Yeah, it's just right on my desk. What do you do with it? Well, I put my computer in it because my computer is a weird mutant computer that's like super duper small. It's like a VCR, right? So I had that sitting in the keyboard tray initially, and it would create so much heat that heat would end up filling the entire keyboard tray. And all of that hot air would waft up into my face, which is just completely unacceptable. It's like sitting in front of a heat vent or something. It like, oh God, I don't know, my allergies would go nuts from that. So I didn't want hot air to just come up into my face, you know? So my solution for that, for some reason, I don't really know why, I determined that I could do 2 rack shelves parallel to one another at the back of the desk. And that way I only have like 2U of the keyboard tray forward. And I think what that did is that made the keyboard tray even with the front of the desk. This is like a while ago. Made the keyboard tray even with the front of the desk, and then I could just get blank rack panels to put onto that rack thing. So I've got a blank rack panel on one side that has one of those little arms, that cable arm. It just like extends with the keyboard tray. And then behind that is it's like a vent panel that I drilled a hole in order for all the cables to come out from the computer. And then next to it, I've got these fans. And so these fans were, back in the day, sitting behind the computer, directly behind the computer, and they would exhaust air straight out, basically to my feet, right? They would exhaust air straight out to my feet. And so for the longest time, I had these just plugged in, and I decided to upgrade them a little bit. And so I upgraded them a little bit, and I put an Arduino in there, and I used the venerable DS18B20 Dallas semiconductor temperature sensor. It's a one-wire temp sender. It's a little TO92 package. It looks like an old-school 1990s transistor. Except this thing is a digital temperature sensor, and they're pretty good. They're about 1/2 degree in calibration, which is all you really need to do, you know, basic temperature sending. They send about 1 temperature conversion every, I think, second. If you use all 3 of the wires to send power, 1/2 degree Celsius, yeah. If you use all the wires, Fat, I know you know a lot about this stuff, but I'm gonna ask you to let me talk, because I too know quite a bit about these things. I've been using these since like 2010. I got like a whole collection of them. They have a very large address to them too, which is interesting, and I've assigned specific addresses in here, which also makes it a little confusing. Just Sari followed. Hey, thank you. Justin XX 2001. How you doing? So yeah, anyway, these you can put very remotely. They can run on only power and ground and send back a signal on the power line by pulling it low. In their last dying breath, they will use the remainder of the energy they were able to store in themselves to pull their own power line to ground in a sequence that you can read back on the Arduino. That is the one-wire protocol. It's pretty cool. If you put these far enough away, they need to have a big capacitor near them so that they don't, you know, fucking die all the way out there on the outer rim, trying to scrape by survival with what little power you give them and give you a temperature readout back. But they're really slow when you do that. So when you do that and you allow them to nearly kill themselves trying to send you a message back, they'll end up only being able to do a conversion every about a second. So I've done 3 wires because 3 wires is convenient and headphone cables are cheap. You can find these anywhere. Wait, where'd the other headphone cable go? I thought I put it on the desk. Oh yeah, it's over here. Yeah, headphone cables. They're cheap. They're shielded. They can carry a volt. They can carry a volt. Is that a thermal probe? I2C? No, yeah, it's one-wire protocol, but you can use... It's one-wire protocol, but it is beneficial to run power and ground all the way out to these instead of allowing them to power themselves on the one-wire pull-up, because they'll work a little faster for you. So But yeah, so this is the ambient air probe. I have two other probes that are in the computer. It used to be that I would have one in ambient air and then the other one would just be in the back of the keyboard tray. So when the back of the keyboard tray got too warm, these things would spool up. Well, I turned that into a processor and power supply readout. So there's 3 temperature probes in the whole system, and the Arduino is controlling that by having just a variable that it adds or subtracts to. And that will turn on these 3 fans in sequence in order to be as low noise as possible. So I've got basically one fan that is on or off, and that's the emergency fan. Not emergency, but I mean, you can think about it like that. I have one fan that goes from low to high and another one that goes from mid to high. So this one only turns on at high, mid to high, low to high. So as things spool up, you get one fan moving, then 2 fans moving slow, then you get 3 fans moving at full pace when things get warm, when I actually start being a gamer, and actually start gaming. So that's how I put together this system, and it's been working pretty well for me for a while. I've upgraded the desk and the computer since then, and I've upgraded this since then. We actually cleaned out and worked on this a little while ago on stream, but I need to bring it out again. But yeah, so this thing has been functioning all right. I added more fans to it. Why did I add more fans to it? Well, because I needed cooling basically under the computer, because instead of being in a big keyboard tray, I minimized the keyboard tray. And so now it's only a shelf for my computer. And so the fans are off to the side of that. They're not right behind the computer anymore. So I had to block off a lot of the sections so that I would make basically a duct that this thing would suck from. And in addition to that, I decided to put a fan under the computer, all in an effort to quiet down the power supply, which I don't need anymore. Like the power supply is now quiet. I think it's probably good practice to have a fan under the computer at this point, though. So I kind of want to put this thing back into effect. Also, this is this I bought recently. It's just a big fan, an NFA20 PWM fan. So I want to see if, well, first of all, I want to see what the current of this thing is. How much current does this thing take up? If this wall wart can still power it. Because the reason that this is on the chopping block today is that I've had issues with it. And so this thing it's been running like a test pattern to tell me that everything is wrong and something is disconnected. It's been running the test pattern that I programmed into it, which is basically like a rainbow sweep, which has been weird because my desk has been emitting rainbows while I was working on the computer. And there's nothing else is working in there except for fucking rainbow light show. So what I'd like to do is take a look at this stuff and see what's going on with it. When I had it plugged in and everything was functioning, it would still do the rainbow light show, and then sometimes it would spool all the way up to high temperature and then drop out and go back down to low temperature and not connect properly until I plugged in the programmer, and then it gave me perfect readouts on everything. Everything worked perfectly fine while the programmer was plugged in. Unplug it, didn't work. Plug in the programmer, worked fine. I don't know what the hell kind of fucking ground loop that is, but it scares me. So I want to work on it. I don't think we're going to go as far as to not want do look like. I don't think we're going to go so far as to like redesign this at all. I could use like an external reset button on it. I was supposed to be able to design this so that it didn't need that reset button. But yeah, that's where we are with this. So I've got a PWM plug. I've got an on-off plug here, power input, and then 2 headphone plugs. I really, I hot glued this thing in place. I really should have. I am going to resist the temptation of going in and 3D printing stuff for this, because I kind of just want this thing to work, but that hexagonal grating would be really nice on this. This is just so that I don't kick it. All right, let's get let me spool up some high pressure air to get the dust out of here, and we'll take a look at what's going on with it. I'll pull it apart first, pull the front cover off. We can take a look. Thy name is Project Creep. I'm allowed to do that. This is my fucking show. People seem to forget. People seem to forget that I get to dictate what happens here. It's not like there are any rules pertaining to exactly what your content should be on Twitch, you know? We are contractors, what are free to dictate our own. Oh my God, this is fucking disgusting. Wow. The top of this thing, holy shit. Woo! I haven't cleaned that in a while. Jeez, put it right up into my face here. Ugh. Ugh, don't be gross. All right. No. Okay. This thing's just been on for like a week. Hold on a second. Get my air sprayer out here. This thing is supposed to be like OSHA compliant quiet for spraying air, but it also uses a shit ton of air. So on the miniature compressor, on the mini compressor, this thing will use up, what is it? How many gallons is this thing? I think it's 10. No, I think it's 3. It uses up 3 gallons of air in like 4 spritzes. I subbed once, so you're beholden to me. I know, right? Now, it is my job to retain that sub. The fact that you were subbed once means that I've failed. I've somehow failed you. Emotionally. Because you didn't resub. You guys are under no obligation to sub or not. It's just, you know, complaints about my content and Project Creep are sort of annoying. How dare you not make Burn the Subs 3, you know? Jeez. It gets to you. All right, I'm waiting for this compressor to charge up. It's not loud, and I could certainly do with it being in another room, but there we go. For the magical, glorious dusting air, I would love to have a compressor in a different room. That would be really nice. Or I'm poor. Yeah, no, no, man, it's no worries. Hey, the fact that you are counted as a viewer on this channel is payment enough for me, man. I'm just glad to have you. Glad to get your attention. Oh man, this is gonna launch dust fucking everywhere. I don't think I like those in the upper left-hand corner. Yeah, the air compressors are nasty little things, aren't they? They can be very, very loud. And this one is really polite in comparison to others. The real ones are the belt-driven air compressors. Those can be whisper quiet in spite of their size. All right, this is gonna release dust all the fuck over. It's basically what we're doing is we're trading localized dust for generic flood-filled dust. I don't understand how this is acceptable. Like with a computer, you dust it out, and you take it outside and you dust it. I'm doing it right here. Oh boy, here we go. Fucking hell. God fucking... I'm just watching all of... Oh God, oh fuck, no. Jesus Christ. All right, you know what we'll do? I'm gonna get the vacuum. Do it outside. I don't have it outside. It doesn't exist. Outside is a myth. I get the little 2 horsepower shop vac. We'll use that. How about that? Oh my God. Oh my God. No, it didn't do anything. Oh my God. Oh, dear God. Dear God. No. Well, that didn't work. I mean, it cleared all of the, Oh, there's a lot of food in there. Oh, delicious. Got a whole snack out of the keyboard. I know. I'm going to be careful. Oh my god, oh my god, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Streamer dies of dust. I'm gonna find dust bunnies for months. Turn off the compressor. Yeah. Dear God. That was that was fun. That was fun. Oh man. Jesus Christ. There's definitely flavor to PC dust. I know, it's like immediately identified by me as an allergen. Good God. There's dust on a fan that I've never used. How did that get there? I'm going to be finding dust bunnies for months. See, here's the thing. This, yeah, it's a fans only cage. This fan cage thing, all of the air that basically swirls around my countenance divine, all the air that swirls around my horrible body basically goes through these. So this is where all the dust, you know, because what is dust? It's skin particles that have been, you know, desiccated skin particles and dust mites and stuff, right? So all of that stuff, all that airflow goes through these. And, yeah, and lint and hair and stuff like that. All of that goes through this. And so that's why there's so much dust in it. I don't want to really put like filters on this thing, because then the filters will just get fucked up and clogged like immediately. This thing is just basically meant to create a little bit of airflow out of the desk so that it's not going in my face. Condensed flux. All right. Yeah, anyway, so that's this fan thing, but it's been having some errors. I guess, I mean, I can turn it on. I suppose I should open it up first. We'll open it up and then I'll kind of spool it up. We'll turn it on. And my computer's idling right now, so we'll be able to take a look at what idle temperatures look like from the software that I wrote for this thing. But yeah, it's just MakerBeam. It's that same method of using MakerBeam. Using MakerBeam in order to channel, well, in order to protect the fans, I guess. There's no real reason for there to be a front cover on this thing. It's not like I'm poking my fingers back into this very often. It's mostly decorative, to be honest. We added lights to it last time. What's interesting, though, is that I am covering up the front and the back of this, because this sits against the back end of the desk, and then this sits up against the front. So all the air is coming up and through the side, even though all the dust came out of those areas. Would be kind of cool to make it a little shorter and 3D print stuff for it. At least I could make an enclosure for the electronics so they don't get dusty. The electronics are actually kind of hard to fit, to be fair, because it's just a proto board. It's not like I didn't like make a PCB for it. Oh yeah, that's right. This is attached to the top. God damn it! I've already dropped a screw. Yeah, this is under cabinet lights that I put an LED strip in. That's a big fan. Yeah, it is. It's my biggest fan. Yeah, anyway, it's a very big fan. I don't know. I was looking around on Amazon and I was like, that's a big noctua. I should get it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this underneath the computer at the desk, and then this will power this fan as well. I've got 2 small fans under there right now. The whole point of the extra fans, by the way, was just to keep the power supply from being obnoxious. That was it. It was just for the power supply that I have now redesigned that is now quieter, so I would like the desk to be quieter as well. Big fans are quiet if you give them proper airflow, so that's what I'm planning to do. I'm going to put a piece of corrugated plastic board under that shelf. That shelf is basically just a mesh. It's kind of like this stuff. It's a slightly different speaker mesh that the computer sits on, and then I'll be able to put this underneath and have it sucking all the air out. So basically, everybody, man, your computer is so small and it's got so few fans in it. Well, yeah, it's because I've got 4 external 120 plus millimeter fans running the thing. You could fly without in full speed. I know, it's like bigger than drone propellers, man. But I mean, the point of this is that it's going to be lazily moving a lot of air instead of loudly moving a little air. A littler. How did they do this? Is this plugged in or is this like... Huh. All right. Well, I guess that stays local. Jeez. Stupid thing. How did I do it? I got a bunch of stuff over here. I think I put a Y connector in it in order to put these in, and then I hot glued these to the cage. Why are there 2 different fans? It's just what I had. Yeah, it's what I had on hand. I mean, these move air differently, right? These are designed for lower speeds. This one's designed to move a volume of air very quickly. This is the one that doesn't have PWM on it. So this just turns on when shit hits the fan. Basically, this is the gamer fan. This one, so these can move air with a bit more pressure to them. So these will be able to remove or add air to fins, for instance. Whereas this one is just moving air volume at low pressure. So it's just designed to move a lot of free air from one place to another, whereas this one can suck a little bit better. That's my understanding, anyway. No, that's the whole... All right. The comment is, if you really need to move air, get some Delta server fans. They're insane. Look, man, I know about Delta fans. I don't need Delta fans on this. The whole point of this thing is to be quiet and to move a volume of static air so that I have cool air going into the keyboard tray, hot air going out the back, and these things will adjust their speed depending on what's going on. But it needs to be quiet. And so that's why they're all noctuas, first off, and that's why I've got all the speed control on it. And then just for fun, I put lights on it. So like, I don't know. Comments are always... water cool the fans, or use something completely impractical. Oh my God, there's dust everywhere. Everything is covered in dust. I'm finding dust bunnies behind. Okay, anyway. Lights for gamer mode. You know it. You know it. All right, so what I'm looking for here is some kind of a bad ground, right? I mean, that's my assumption here, is that somewhere along the line here, there's a bad ground. I would love to fully redesign this because, you know, knowing what I know now and redoing basically this entire side to be a front panel, I could do much more with it. And I, you know, have a plug on this thing, have the wiring, you know, properly routed and stuff like that. Maybe even make it a little shorter. And then redoing the electronics and the microcontroller and everything. Like I still got like, as Celia mentioned earlier, those Raspberry Pi, I still have those, and I would love to find a project for them. And they wouldn't need the little Arduino Pro Mini adapter to read from either. So I could use these guys. Although this is actually too big for. This is too big for the enclosure. That won't fit. So yeah, I have to add transistors to it and everything. All right, let's get the light over here so I can see what I'm doing. Woody Pa 7. Thanks for the follow. Same with Arkin. And just Siri. I try not to announce follows too much, because whenever I go to a channel and I follow them, I like explode with cringe because people, oh Bother's here, hey oh Bother, how's it going, welcome to the channel, what are you doing, what's up? And then 20 minutes later, hey oh Bother, what about this? And I'm like, oh no, I'm not here, don't look at me. So yeah, I try not to make a big deal about the follows, but I still like saying thanks and stuff because otherwise nothing would happen on screen. Anyway, the Raspberry Pi Pico, pretty neat little chip here. I would love to try to use one of these in a project. This would be, yeah, I did hear Tomatoes rant about it. He does the exact same thing that I do sometimes, which is wait until somebody goes offline in order to follow. I don't want to set up an alt account because I'm lazy as shit. I'm really super lazy, so I don't really want to set up an alt, but yeah. I would love to use one of these. I think that's out of the question, though. I think that's not a good idea. At some point, I would like to put the controller over here and have everything be on one panel. And I could 3D print something that'll hold all that stuff up to this side and then have everything plug into it, right? And then that board could be part of what holds these. Alt account not oh bother is perfect. No, I'm not gonna do that, man. I don't need to do that. It's all right. Sometimes I just weather the cringe of having somebody be really excited to see somebody they like follow, because I think that's totally acceptable. That's fun. When I'm feeling a little bit more introverted, I'll sometimes wait. Okay, so we know how it works. We know what it does. We know that it's not working currently unless I plug it into the computer. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to plug the headphone cables into these. See, what I would love to do is have like a readout on this thing so I could peek under the desk and I could see what temperatures this thing is running. I have screens that I could use to make displays. I just don't want to project creep this too much. This is a fun project, and I would love to revisit this when I redesign the desk. When I redesign the desk, I'm going to basically make the side, like, you know, where you have like your drawers in a desk. Instead of that, I want that to be a rack panel. And so that'll contain the battery backup, the tray, like a slide out tray for the computer. The back of it on the rack will be this. And then I can use other rack mounted equipment to put in there to make it look cool. I'm not saying like useless displays and stuff, but there are things that I could use. Yeah. Yeah. If my alt account was not oh bother, that would just not even, that wouldn't even make sense. But right now, what's going on is it appears like there's a ground fault of some type going on. Now, here's the cool thing about the Dallas temperature sensors. So they are all on one singular one-wire bus. There is a single one-wire bus powering everything, or rather, running everything. So it doesn't matter which one of these headphone plugs I plug this thing into. Either way, this address I've registered and is working as the external temperature sender. So I could get a smaller headphone cable and plug that in. That's the beauty of the Dallas temperature sensors. Now, I did it specifically with the address in mind. I could have just taken, like have the program take like a universal read of all the addresses, or I could have it be non-specific and try to assign what the different addresses are. I decided to make them specific, and so in the code, if we get to the point where we open up the code, I think we probably will, if I open up the code, part of my, at the bottom, all the functions that I have in my code, one of them is an address read and reporter function. I always include that with the Dallas semi-temperature sensors because one day I'll need to replace one of these flimsy fucking things, and because, you know, that it looked like it was about to break off when we first looked at it too. I should use some ultraviolet epoxy on the front of this thing. I think it used to have shrink wrap, or sorry, a hot glue, but anyway, I always include that because if one of these sensors breaks and I have to replace it, or I swap them by accident, you know, one of those eventualities, then I can use the then I can use that function with my code in order to read the addresses again and then reassign them. So yeah, anyway, let's just put that anywhere. That's not magnetic. All right, that'll just go there. And then I need to get the temperature senders that are in the back of the computer. You guys remember I added that little plug to the back, and I've got one going to the power supply, one going to the CPU. Well, I plugged in an extension on the headphones cable, and I'm happy to report that it only barely makes it over to the desk. I probably need a longer cable. Oh my God, is it really? Oh, there we go. Okay, I pulled out a little bit more, so I've got a couple inches to spare. There we go. What up, Pear? I'm gonna get another soda. I got another soda. All right, so let's fire this puppy up. Actually, let me give it a little space from the desk so that it's not sucking fumes. Put a spacer block under it just so I have something to, some air for it to suck. And then, oh yeah, I gotta move the fart box. What's the current capability of this thing? Made in China. 2 amps. That should be plenty. That really should be more than enough current for this whole thing to function. I don't know why it's been so cattywampus. Oh, I gotta move my mic cable. Why is my mic cable being... Why are you like this? Why are you like this, microphone cable? There we go. All right. All right. Yeah, let's give it power. Let's give it power. You need to move over here. And then this guy. 12 volts at 2 amps, huh? We could always plug it into the power supply too to see how much current it's actually drawing. But right now I don't have the extra fans on it. So there it spools up. Starts up purple. It goes from purple to orange. And I can hear noise coming from the power supply, which is why I think maybe it doesn't have enough current to run itself. See there? It's doing the random patterns, the RGB patterns that it runs when it doesn't have the right stuff plugged into it. But that's not true. We know the right stuff's plugged into it. Here's the programmer for the Arduino Pro Mini, right? I'd like to change the microcontroller in this thing. I would love to have either a direct USB plug on it or have something like an ESP so that I can remotely read what the temperatures are that this thing is reading. Because this, I mean, it's a little crazy, the amount, like putting this much technology into a thing that's just like a fan. But it would be nice to be able to check in on it and maybe give it like a fan curve. You know, I could make a little front end for this thing so that it could run itself a little bit better. And that would be part of putting everything into this side panel only. I could dress it up to look nice. Oh God, that's where the project starts to creep, right? When I start getting these ideas in my head. Okay, so we've confirmed that it's like not functioning. Whatever the fuck is going on, it doesn't read anything. It's out on its own right now. We can't read anything from this. So, plug it into the programmer for the Arduino Pro Mini. Obviously that doesn't do anything until I can get rid of this extension cable. I had this thing plugged in permanently on the desk, which is why we're working on it now, because this is unacceptable. Now I can plug it into the computer, which, by the way, this is just, all this is right here, this thing that I'm plugging it into. This is the Steam controller, whatever wireless dongle holder. It's just like a little weighted USB thing. I use this because this, this plugs into a USB 3 hub over there that's plugged into that computer. Totally convenient, right? Just when we're working on microcontrollers, it's easier for me to use it like that. But as soon as I plug this in, it starts working. Why does it start working as soon as I plug it in? The lights have gone solid purple. As that variable moves around in software, it's going to become more and more orange until it becomes red, and then this thing will just be on full. But we can observe that happening. We can observe it reading the temperature and moving the variable. So, we're not doing fusion. Get out of here. If I spool up Arduino, I haven't even opened the soda yet. I'm so into it. I'm so into working right now. God, he's so strong. He's just working. Yeah, I wonder if maybe USB is giving it supplemental power. See, one fan is on as the temperature climbs. This is other code, but if we open up the serial monitor, oh yeah, I need to actually have it on the right serial. We'll have to alter what the board is and everything in a minute, but COM6 is the new one. So if I open up COM6, that's going to reset the variable. But you can see here the variable's all the way on the right. It's 0 to 255. Hey, what's up, other Lone Star? So we have the power supply and the CPU and the ambient temperature. When the power supply and the CPU reach ambient temperature, this thing turns off completely. But what's happening right now is basically based on the differential between the higher of those two temperatures. And the CPU temperature, by the way, is scaled back by like 10 degrees. But the variation in those two temperatures, when one gets too toasty, it will start moving that variable up to the point where the fans spool. And then it kind of finds a happy medium. I don't know where I set that to. Fan curves would probably be a better idea than this weird variable nonsense that I have it doing. But while we're observing it, it works perfectly fine. Why the hell is that? What could it possibly be? And by the way, it's not an overcurrent situation because I only have these three plugged into it. At the most, that would be an amp, but that's not even. Maybe the LEDs, but that's not that many LEDs. That shouldn't be like, we've got two amps at 12 volts going into this thing. Although technically, I mean, here, thermally, well, it's not that bad. It's making noises, but it's not terribly hot. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, is there some weird ground issue that I'm running into? Everybody should be sharing a ground. So it's like, why is this happening? I have to pull it out and do some continuity tests or something. Yeah, the variable's only going to go up at this point. The variable's just going to keep going up. The problem is the tuning of the power supply fan setup and the tuning of this fan setup, I think, kind of fight each other. Because if the power supply is happy, I think this thing spools up. So I don't know. There can tend to be kind of like a bouncing effect. Okay, two fans are on. Only fans today. That's what we're doing. And then this one won't turn on until this thing gets to full temperature. So right now the variable's at 67. It's going to have to get to 255 for the third one to turn on. This thing has been annoying because you can see right now it works perfectly. I don't think it's a factor of having the serial connection open because it goes into nothing is plugged in mode when I don't have the programmer plugged in. But as long as that programmer's plugged in, everything's fine. Works perfectly fine. Yeah, this is how it should normally function. This is what we ended the last stream that we worked on this thing with. Is this thing working just like this, plugged into the computer just like this. But we've observed today that when I unplug the programmer, everything dies. So yeah, let's get to investigating that. Why would it do that though? I kind of want it to reach 255. It's going to take too long to reach 255. You guys can be rest assured that when this thing reaches 255, that turns on. Now I could plug this fan in, but just get an extension. Where's an extension for a fan? Okay, hold on. I got them right here. My project with these thermal probes ended when I ran into issues graphing the data. That sounds more like a programming issue then, right? Not a temperature probe issue. I mean, I love the Dallas semi-temp senders. They're really good little devices. They're good to have. It's good to have a bunch of these things on hand because they're relatively easy to work with. You just need to give them time to do the temperature conversion. That's not even a full. That's a cut end Wait, where are the non-cut ends? Oh, here's one. That's a 3-pin. Oh, come on, man. Give me a good 4-pin Jim Jam. Jiminy Bojangles. There we go. Oh, looks like it's gone red. So at 121, it goes red. 9x9x9 LED cubes. Yeah, those are fun. Project was to fill the free space inside of a computer case with probes and then map it like in 3D. Like a Wi-Fi heat map. Holy shit. That's kind of cool. Yeah, the Dallas temp senders don't send data quickly. They're fairly slow. There you go. It's got the big boy running too now. That thing is just straight up silent. I think I'm gonna put one of these in the server case too. I'm gonna have to figure out how to cut that large of a hole in like the back panel of that rack case, and I'll put one of these in there. Yeah, that moves a fair bit of, actually not that much air. Let's be honest. Hold on, wait a minute. Yeah, that's not. The fact that it's quiet, I think, is mostly the influence of this thing. But man, it is not. It's not moving a whole lot of air. It's probably not running at full tilt anyway. But oh, does it only go to 127? Yeah, it looks like it only goes to 127, which is fine. 127 different speeds for this thing to go. Oh my god, everything looks weird. It's a different frame rate. It's still going to change the whole contents of the case pretty regularly. That's true. That's true. It could be very lazily moving air, but it certainly is moving a large volume of it. But yeah, all right. So fully functional, right? Everything's fine. I don't need to fix anything until I unplug the programmer, and it suddenly can't read all the temp senders. So let's see what happens. I unplug the programmer. It does the blinky thing to say that, oh no, everything's been unplugged, and then it goes into a test pattern. This thing is just functioning on momentum now. It's not actually on. It's just that the fan is so heavy that it is still spinning under their very precise bearing. I got good bearings on these fans. That's what makes them so good. But yeah, that's literally just momentum right now carrying it. Stop with my hand. Ow. Yeah. Oh no, wait, it is actually moving. Huh. Why is that moving? Shouldn't this thing be off? Why are you still moving? I told you to turn off. Okay. Apparently, it's not getting a 0 signal. Interesting. Interesting. What's that all about? Yeah, I'm creating energy from nothing. Oh my god. He's the chosen one. All right. Well, let's investigate our grounds first. I'm going to unplug power. Really, that thing should be in a sleep mode, so this thing should be off. Yeah, we might have to scope probe a little bit. I want to do the basics first though. We need ground continuity to everything. I just need to be sure that my grounds are getting everywhere, because for some reason, when the programmer's hooked up, yeah, it might have a different off, and then that thing is just, yeah. Gotta get a thermal camera. They're cool. They work really nicely. Yeah, I've wanted to get one of those Scientology Thanos meters or whatever the fuck they are. I've wanted to get one of those for a long time, just because I think it would be hilarious to look at on stream. You can find them on eBay, but they're kind of expensive, being that there's like nothing to them. They're not, usually they're like ohms readings, or maybe capacitance if you're really getting advanced, or maybe sometimes they're just 2 tubes that you hold on to, and absolutely nothing fucking happens with them. But they are like $300 on eBay, and I'm just not gonna pony up for $300 for a joke. Joke of a device. Joke of a cult. They're litigious, though, so you gotta be a little careful. Yeah, the Scientologists clearly do not want you as a free thinker. They don't want you to have it. All right, God, I can see the dust. I can see dust in the distance that we've freed. Oh, and I'm screwing in this camera. It unmounts itself frequently. All right, so out here at the fan, looking for ground. That's going to be this pin over here. And then over here at the Arduino, which one of these is ground? Yeah. Ground is the pin all the way on the right for the programming header. All the way on the right. 1 point something ohms. That is a perfectly acceptable ground. All right. God damn. That's annoying. Well, the pin next to it is power. That's going to be 12 volts. 12 volts right here. I'm pretty certain that 12 volts made it out to everything. 12 volts is which pin? It's not that one. It's going to be one of these. 75K. What's you? Yep, there we are. 1.2 ohms. So 12 volts making it out to the fan. That's a big check. Let's check over here. Yeah, 0.9, 1 ohm to the pin. So 12 volts to the, what pin are we looking at here? Probably not VCC, right? Nah. I think is there a voltage regulator on this thing? Oh my God, there's so many plugs. There's so many plugs on this thing. Got all the temperature senders plugged in to JSTs. At least I cleaned it up. Let's see, raw? Yeah, that shouldn't go directly to raw because that would mean that I could accidentally put 12 volts into my programming header. All right, we're gonna have to get into this thing. I didn't want to have to do this. I have to take this thing apart in order to get in here and just test out some continuities and stuff. It just bugs me. Like, what happened? What happened here? What happened? Why do you not work? So these I plugged into Y adapters so that I could make these the little side panel thing. I don't have these labeled in any way though. Jesus, do I have all of them plugged into? All of this one are plugged into a Y adapter. Oh my God, it's just a mess of wires. So underneath the microcontroller is where I think there's a VREG. Does this thing unplug or did I solder it directly in? I might have soldered that. Nope, it does plug in. Okay, so I can unplug this. I just don't get what's happening, you know? Now, cursive past bother. My shenanigans are catching up to me. Oh no, there is no regulator under that. Where did I put the VREG on this? All right. Well, one thing at a time. We'll get all the electronics out of here, I guess. Let me get a paint marker so that I can mark these plugs. So you're going to be 1. You're going to be 1. That does not look like the number 1. All right, well, close enough. To who? I can't get to this one to mark it. Close enough. And then you're going to be 3. And I believe the 4 pins don't matter where I'm plugging them in. Oh no, it's 4-pin, 3-pin, 2-pin. Haha! So I can't mess that one up. Come back in the VOD and you'll figure it out. Yeah, right? No, it's more like the JoJo menacing meme is what I wrote instead of 1. Okay, come on, come with me. There you go. I did do plugs on this thing. At least I did that. I think it probably would be easier if I made this into a panel that goes over here. That would be the best way to do it. A lot of this board is just like wiring. It's just like wires to wires to wires. Pins to wires to pins to wires. All right, let's get this out of here. Screwdriver. All my Phillips heads have been walking. They're on other, oh, there it is. It's all the way over here. You guys can move back a little bit. You guys can see a little bit more of the desk here. This thing is not supposed to be so maintenance heavy. Whoops, wait a minute. Oh, whoops. Maybe that was bad. Maybe that was good. Maybe, what just happened? Oh, I see. There's standoffs on the board, and I'm unscrewing the standoff. Okay, I get it now. I'm like, why isn't the fastener moving at all? What am I doing? Shouldn't even be here. Okay. So that's the regulator. That's powering the 5-volt things. And then I've got a little optical isolator sitting right there. So the opto isolator, what is that doing? Oh, I'm using that to turn on and off the one fan. My only fan. Ha! And then the other one I am using, the V-Reg is creating 5 volts for everybody else. I'm pretty sure the V-Reg is solid. I'm pretty sure there's nothing too wrong with that. On the other side, we've got the fan connectors, 1, 2, 3. I didn't have a 3-pin fan connector at the time. I do now. I actually do have 3-pin fan connectors that I could use there. And then, yeah, that joke is just eternal. It just never gets old. It hasn't even aged today. And then I've got little jumper wires. I'm starting to remember building this board. So this is, I mean, okay, not everything around here is a prim, trim, perfect, super duper ultra project, right? Some things are just cobbled together with baling wire, which is fine. It's fine. It's fine to have stuff like this rolling around the shop. And that's all this is. This is just a dumb little project that I stapled together in order to move air around my desk. I don't have ambitions. I mean, in the back of my head, I'm like, what if you took this and you applied it to a PCB and then you 3D print the thing with the PCB with stuff and the blah, 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 blah. I don't need to do that. I don't need to do that with every project. It is tempting, and maybe one day I will visit this thing and print out a panel on the side, put an indicator on this thing to just give an external readout. I don't need to do that. I'm going to try to keep it simple today. I'm going to try to keep that yak nice and hairy, which really is a lot worse than it. That phrase doesn't really, I probably shouldn't apply it the way that I did just then. That's a little much. I don't know if we need to be talking about my yak. I better never run into past me. Like I'll get what's coming to him. Yeah, past me could use a fucking boot up the ass. That's a little kinky. So I don't know what the fuck is going on with this thing. There's no indicators that this thing is scorching at all. Everything seems to be in order. You know, all my connections are there. Ground is just one of the things that I need to take a look at and determine what's going on with it. What's going on here? What the fuck? Wait a minute, hold on. Oh, I see. Yeah, it's coming in. That's okay, that's the signal. One of these power, the other's ground. How is it getting? How are you working? Oh yeah, there we go. So power, ground are those two lines. That comes up there. All right, let's take an inspection of this thing. Let me look over here too. I need to actually look at this end of things. There, this can actually There's like no room for the wires on this, and so that kind of anchors it to this part of the desk, huh? Oh, hello. That might be a problem. I don't think that's the problem, but that definitely could be a problem. Coming to look at it like this, I just saw a that yellow wire over there is like half pulled out. Yeah, let me use my laser distance sensor, and we'll make something that, I don't know, uses radioactive decay. We'll measure randomness via radiation, and then I'll put the nuclear event detector on it, and other strange physics things. I'll put Nixies all over this thing. We'll use some vacuum tube indicators. I actually do have those Magic Eye vacuum tubes that I've been wanting to do something with. Those are a cool little display. So yeah, Arduino Pro Mini, it's just an easy little microcontroller to use and stuff. The Pro Mini is a little bit outdated though at this point. I've kind of used them all in various projects at this point, and I don't really plan on buying any more of them when the time comes. Now the Atmega 328 is a very easy chip to design around. It's actually nice. It's a very nice little chip to design around because all you need is a clock or a resonator to be right next to it. And from there, you basically can just run an Arduino. And, you know, flashing it can be done with the ISP, or you can plug in some kind of a serial line to it. That's where the Pro Mini comes in. We've got this little FTDI board that I can program it with. So I have 5 pins here that do all the TXing and the RXing and the powering and stuff like that. And I can just throw code at this thing all day, every day into the bootloader. You got plenty of pins to do stuff with. So if you want to make a board, you want to put an Arduino on it, this is a fairly easy chip to solder in, and it gives you enough pins and enough functionality to do like a majority of the stuff out there. However, this is getting kind of outdated. There are chips now that have USB directly on them. The chip manufacturers went, man, people really like these microcontrollers with bootloaders on them. They like plugging shit into USB. Why don't, instead of selling this external $300 programmer that everybody's already reverse engineered, and there are now ones that cost only, you know, $10, why don't we instead just put USB directly into the chip? And then we can still charge reasonable prices for the chip, and people can make different bootloaders. So that's what's basically has happened with the technology over time. Part of it was FTDI being a bag of dicks and charging like $15 for this chip. And they were like the name in USB to serial interfaces for a little while. So a $20 chip in a device means that the device is going to be very expensive. That's what SparkFun made this board for, and for programming these Atmega 328s. But anyway, this thing is fast becoming a dinosaur, which is kind of unfortunate, but also the way things go. Oh yeah, we need to put a miniaturized $1,000 atomic clock on it so that I can make sure that this thing is able to time itself properly, I guess. Yeah, so anyway, that's the chip. I mean, it's perfectly capable of running something like this. Is that pin soldered? It kind of barely looks soldered. Everything is soldered on here. Everything looks okay. Nothing looks exploded or burnt or dead. Why then would it only power if it's plugged in with the programmer? Because the programmer doesn't involve anything else. All we're doing is adding a power and a ground to this thing. So if power and ground aren't properly getting to our microcontroller, maybe then we have a problem. But I measured ground, and I measured power not fully into the board yet. I also unplugged it. And there is a dodgy connection up here. But like, that still doesn't... like, this is still functioning. It just can't read from the temperature probes unless I plug in the programmer? What does that even do? This is making my head hurt. This makes my head hurt, chat. Shit. It's fucking shit. Why do you have to be like this? All right. So what is it, man? Is it? I don't know if it's a dodgy connection. Okay. What the hell was that? I don't know what just fell out. Something fell out, and I don't know where it went. I don't know what that was. Guess we'll find out eventually. All right. So if I were a bunch of fans, and I'm not saying I'm not. Well, that was a big dust bunny. Where would I be if I were a bunch of fans? Jesus, this thing is a mess of cables, isn't it? Let me get this panel out of here, actually. Then we can take a better look at everything. Jesus Christ, this thing is a mess. This is a mess. Oh my god, everything everywhere. It's a hex key on these two, and I can probably remove it. Wow, there's actually a bunch of fans stacked on each other in trench coat. It's true. Not a bunch of fans should be my alt. Then I'd have to fight that your fan. Ooh, man, these are in here tightly. Oh, Jesus. I'm gonna strip this. What the f... Okay. Alright. Alright. You're gonna be like that? You're gonna be like that? Little maker beam screw. We know how to deal with your type around here. And that's by scratching the paint on this thing. Holy shit, this thing is fighting. Hold on, let's see here. Is it that one? Yeah, maybe that'll get a little bit more grip in there. I don't know, though. This thing is fighting me for some reason. I don't know how this one got so tight. There we go. See, the reason that I switched from the hex key to this is because this screwdriver will help me put more pressure directly into the fastener, and that way it has more of a chance to grip the sides. I wish these were Torx bits. Torx is the superior bit, but usually just a hex key should be enough. I mean, these shouldn't be torqued all that much. All right, there we go. Now we can actually inspect this thing. Dun, 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 dun. Well, 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 what do we have here? That looks like a bad crimp. Well, 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 look who we have. It's good to see you again. Yeah, that's a bad crimp. That was hanging on by just a little bit. It still means that 12 volts would get into that. But this is the power to the microcontroller. I don't think this is the source of all of our problems. It is now the source of my current problems, though, because I was dumb, and what I decided to do over here was to use JST plugs, but use the male ends, and then solder them into the board. And now I have the task of desoldering these two from the board. And I'm sweating. It's hot in here. I don't know why I'm sweating so much. I did that for strain relief, which is a, you know, it's a perfectly viable way to deal with strain relief. Never seen that done before? I've seen it done on an occasion. Also using the dumb kind of wire for these things. And I probably could have used some spiral wrap around some of these umbilical lines. But that was all packed away and hidden up in the thing. I can do wire to board directly. I should probably do a little strain relief. No, we don't do Krungo here. Krungo is pointless. All right, I'm just getting my hot glue out of this. I decided to use a bunch of hot glue in order to stabilize that end because it kind of rattles. I could probably use it again. Hot glue comes off clean. Like it or hate it. Most people dislike it because they associate it with something like a 5-minute crafts, but to be honest, it is a perfectly viable means of attachment. Stuff to board, board to board, keeping boards quiet. Use a little bit of alcohol to remove it, just like me. Yeah, I don't know why you guys would cringe at using JST plugs like that, because that's how they are. The kit literally comes with them, so that you could do exactly what I did. Use the male end in order to provide you with a bit of strain relief for your wire. I don't really need to do that one. I can do this one. Well, I guess I'll redo the whole thing. All right, so let's undo this. Let's get this one out of here, because I got something to pull on with this. Try to release it. Why wouldn't you just use both the male and the female ends? Didn't need it. Didn't want to go overboard with this. We're just wire to board. I just wanted to put wires on that little board, and the way to do it was to use this. Didn't need a connector. Whoa, jeez. Almost launched that into myself. Oh, what the hell happened there? Huh. I bent the little retaining pin. Well, that's not really going to come cleanly, is it? Nope, it just broke off. God damn it. All right, that gets a complete overhaul. I got to do both of them. Not that hard to do anyway. I mentioned in Tomato Chat yesterday that I'd love to try Hufu, which is the human texture and flavor tofu, and they immediately identified me as a Rabaz viewer because of that. It's like, while you're not wrong, I don't, it's not strictly a Raba. I actually would try that stuff. I don't think you can find it anymore. Long pork. Why is it called that? But yeah, they immediately, they were like, you're a Rabaz viewer. I'm like, what? How did you smell it on me? What the fuck? But yeah, they're at least for a time, it was sort of like the favorite factoid of the internet, that there is a place, and I don't know if it exists. I doubt it exists anymore. There's a place that had, because they do tofu that tastes like meat, right? As the taste and texture of meat. And somebody did that with human meat. I don't know how they, what was their control group? Bunch of cannibals, I guess. But, yeah. Humans are tall, that's the only reason. All right, well, that makes sense, I guess. I guess we can put a connector in there, because, I don't know. I don't know where I got these male pins from, but we can just do 2 connectors on that. I hate to do it, but, I mean, clearly it needs it. Or I could just solder directly to the board, which is probably the better way to do it. Scratchy Mike? I wouldn't eat humans. I hate them too much. Is there a type of diet, like being a vegan, where you only eat cute things? Oh, sorry, man. I don't eat swordfish. They're not cute. I only eat cute. Cute meat. Ew. That really didn't work. I guess it's good enough. No, it's not. No, that didn't work. Yeah. Dolphin and koala and let's get some crimping going on here. I might as well convert it over to a plug, even though I don't want to. I mean, the rest of this thing is so sloppily done. Explorers and missionaries who contacted cannibal Pacific Islanders were told that human flesh tasted similar to pork. Thus the term long pig. Ah. All right, so that is all there is to it. That is all there is to it. Well, I'm beeping. I didn't have my glucometer all last night. You can see there are no levels on this whole thing. Yeah, that would explain it. That would explain it. I'm still in the 200s. We'll give the equivalent of 40 grams of carbohydrate, and then I'll hopefully crash my glucose level back down. That's why I'm weird today, is because I've been hyperglycemic for quite a while. So the kawaii diet. There was a thing about the, I don't think it's Galapagos turtles. There was some like tortoise or turtle that had a freshwater like storage organ in it, and so they would pack them on trips out to sea and back. But I think there was like a particular type of tortoise that they would go out and get, and they wanted to bring it back to like Britain for like their zoological whatever society, blah blah blah, and they kept going out and coming back, and they'd eat all of them on the way back because they were so delicious. And there were several expeditions to try to do the same thing, just to retrieve this turtle, but they were too tasty, and they would eat them all before returning. Ridiculous. That one needs a pretty strong fact check because I just saw that on QI. I don't know whether or not to trust that. I can't get my hands in here to place this thing. And then it immediately beeps at me. Did you not see that I was checking it just a fucking second ago? Low insulin. I have 20 units. I'll probably have to re-up the pump in a little bit here. Tom Scott? Nah. Heard that on a YouTube video the other day. Oh. Yeah, for me it was a QI thing, but Fat says he saw it on Reddit, and Fat and Flatulent. Flatulent saw it on YouTube. Flatulent? Fatulent. Falatula. I don't know. I don't know how to use language to convey meaning and thought. Oh dear God. How wrong can a crimp go, you ask? Good Lord. It'll still conduct electricities in some circles. You guys get all the gore here. It's beautiful. Oh my God, they're gorgeous. Handsome boy modeling school. It's the best $60 you'll ever spend. You won't regret it for long. Yeah, this is my new crimping technique. This is known to allow the electrons to flow better. Still better than 5-minute crafts. It's a hairy crimp. Upgrading my laptop tomorrow. I got 16 gigabytes RAM, new Wi-Fi card, new thermal paste. Hey, cool, man. Yeah, this is what you guys tune in for. This kind of this expert. This is the measure of excellence around here. This right here. This is where I cut my teeth. You know, this is the good stuff. This is where I can really show off my skills. God damn it. That's wasting so much wire. Okay, I gotta start over again. Again. I'm really messing this up today. I could just swap this wire out for better wire. I don't know why I use this. I think I took computer wire and I just destroyed it. Here we are again, crimping. Crimping ain't easy. Have I made that joke 1,000 times a second? I think I have. I think you can probably power something off of the oscillation of how many times I make that joke. Make the joke, absence of the joke. Crimping ain't easy, and then it oscillates, and then you can make power off of that. I think I cut a bunch of the wire of that, That's okay though, because all this is doing is powering the electronics. No, wait, this goes out to the fans as well. Whatever. It's probably fine. It'll be fine. I could just solder it. Could just solder it. Yeah, crimping is a pain in the ass, isn't it? Really, really is. That's right, though. We'll get over it. We'll get over ourselves somehow. Some way. There we go. That couldn't be more perfect. I gotta, like, feel the inside of the crimp piece. I think this is, the wire's too long. I think that's my problem. So what I'm doing is, oh, Father's jokes can power a gaming PC. Well, better than chat's jokes. See, you have to, like, intuit where this is. Hold on, I'll try to hold this still. You can see that little frayed piece of wire that's gonna mess me up, but, like, this is too long, and so it's not gonna feed in properly. When it does feed in properly, I have to intuit what that distance is so that the jacket only gets up to the wings, just like that. Usually that's done because, you can do that because it'll catch on some of the stuff, but yeah. Set phasers, the pun. Ugh. Yeah, it needs much less wire sticking out of the end. Used to make harnesses for CAT and EMD. If we hand crimped anything, we also had to solder it? You don't crimp and solder. That's not, I don't know, that's weird. You know, crimps are designed in such a way as to have good electrical connection because of the pressure that the crimp is putting on the wire. And then the strain relief is present. Soldering it, you know, you just don't, you don't do that. I don't, that's weird that they would. Crimp, solder, and then hot glue. That's wild. That's just wild. This feels like too little wire sticking out of the end, but I guess I'll trust it. I can't, I feel nothing. I feel nothing. There, if I start to crimp it, that should spread it out a little bit, and then I can try to get this right. Machine crimped wires we didn't solder. Look, it had something to do with human error and reliability. Huh. Yeah, that's weird. That's crazy. You crazy. All right. Hopefully that's the right distance. Nah. No, that fucking sucks. All right, I give up. I'm just gonna solder these. I give up. This sucks. Crimping sucks. Crimping is horrible. I think maybe what I should do is use JST and then use this thing because that's much easier. Or use different wire, but this 18 gauge wire, you know, it's not bad. It's just I keep fucking it up. So I'm not gonna. I think these are meant for smaller than 18 gauge. That's probably what's going on here. If you use the right size wire with the right size crimp, it can be perfectly fine and everything is happy and the sun shines and the air flows and everybody's skipping around in a big open field. But in this case, it's horrible and everybody hates me and they're all judging me in the background. So I'm just gonna solder it up. I don't care anymore. I'm just gonna solder it up. And hopefully this is the source of all of our problems, but I kind of doubt it. I kind of doubt it because the LEDs on this thing were still working just fine. So I don't really think that this is the problem. This is just a problem. But even if you are soldering a wire to the board in a design, like this is bad. What I'm doing is bad. Soldering a wire directly to the board is bad. What I should do is find like a male crimp and have that hug the wire and then it provides strain relief. If you ever take apart a computer power supply, all those 18 gauge wires, they all go to crimps and they often all go to one giant solder blob where they're all soldered together. It's ridiculous. But they all go to crimped connections, even though they go out a big, like, grommeted hole in the front of the power supply. like an old school computer power supply, that's because you can push that wire in and out and flex it individually in that bundle. Like that. You guys see that? Is everybody paying attention? You see that, what I'm doing right now? You can flex that individual wire in the bundle, and it will flex all the way down to the board. So having a crimp grabbing onto the jacket of the wire, instead of just having solder sticking out the end, and it'll inevitably bend at the end, and then it'll pop off, and then you're missing that wire connection. It just pops off because it's overflexed because it was soldered at the end. Even if it's soldered at the end, they still have stuff that crimps onto the jacket of the cable, so that the jacket of the cable's flexing instead of the soldered part. So what I'm doing right now is basically violating those principles by soldering this directly. I suppose I could get the JST crimps out and I could use those. Because I don't want to set a bad example. These are not made for 18 gauge though, I don't think. But it's not like I don't have too many of them. I got so many of these freaking things. They're coming out of my ears. Coming out of my ass. Oh, here we go. It's this one. Ah, these are annoying. Annoying, annoying, annoying. Get out of my way. Out of my way. Out of my shop. What kills me is that this is not what is wrong with it. This isn't what was wrong with it. Actually, if I use these, I'm going to have to shrink wrap. I got to do everything. Everything all the time. Oh yeah, that'll work perfectly. Okay, we'll do that. Just use these. All right, so load that into here. I hate just doing crimping on stream. I've already ruined it. God damn it. Is that recoverable? Yeah, a little bit. Is that? Oh, I see. Yeah, I'm trying to gap it properly. Okay, and then this into the end. Let's see how this one does. Nope. Nope, didn't get it far enough in. See that? One bend and the thing popped out. You gotta grip the jacket. Gotta grip the jacket. Gotta grip the jacket. I'm gonna give that a little bit more wire out of the end because we're not using the JSTs. The DuPonts are a little bit easier to work with. Okay. Try again. So yeah, I don't know what the hell happened to this. I don't know why it wouldn't work properly. I'm starting to think that maybe it's the speed that it's trying to get signals at. But I don't know if it would go into an overall error mode. That error mode was specifically for something being unplugged, but maybe it's trying to get temperature reads too quickly, and so it'll get error states. But when it's plugged into serial, maybe that slows it down. That's not feeding into the crimper. Come on, man. What are you doing to me? Hold on 1 second. 1 second, 1 second. All right, there we go. Hear voices on the wind. All righty. This stupid crimping project, man. It always comes down to this, doesn't it? It's the tasks that you hate to do the most that always throw stuff up in your face, right? Wait, there's no crimp in there anymore. What the? It just fell out. It just fell out. Rude. That was rude. All right. Yeah, and then immediately upon trying to insert this thing back into the crimp, it shreds my wire all over the place. I know, I should just solder it directly to the board. I know. But soldering it directly to a board violates so many principles for me. Yeah, okay, so here's the deal. The crimps I have just aren't the right size for these. That's why they're like universally screwing it up. I mean, if I could get it to just stay like that at that distance, maybe I can toss a crimp. Nope. Okay, it fell off. Yeah, fuck this, fuck all this. If I redo it with the proper sized wire and everything, it'd be fine, but I'm not gonna redo an entire project today. I don't wanna go on a 7-stream odyssey with this one. I just want it to work. Yeah, it's not fun with 18 AWG. The problem is the wire doesn't just like insert into the crimper. It's kind of fighting me. I don't suspect this is going to see a lot of plugging and unplugging, so I'm just gonna go ahead with this. And in the future, I can redesign it all to go on this panel, the one that's sitting in front of me, like just that panel, like flat on the panel, and then I can 3D print a panel, and then yeah, it'll just be fans that plug into this thing. That'll be much better. And I'll have 2 sockets on the outside or more. Maybe even troubleshooting stuff. I don't know. All right, so power here and then ground next to it. I'm just going to do this, and it's going to look like shit, but it'll be fine. It'll be fine. All right, fine. Maybe I'll gotta like reposition myself and get all this stuff right. It's a little bit of a hand twister. I soldered an entire power supply wiring set directly to the main board of a radio station transmitter one time because it was the weekend and the Molex had melted. Ugh. So I had to get it back on the air somehow before the part came in. An entire power supply wiring set directly to the main board of a radio station transmitter. Holy crap, dude. That's that real MacGyver techie kind of shit, right? Yeah, it's like reasonably how much flexing do I expect this thing to have to endure? Not a ton, so I don't necessarily have to be religious about the wire to board principle, although I should, you know, I'm generally pretty serious about not doing that. Because wires flex and then shit goes wrong pretty easily. What is that pin? Is there a pin there? Huh, weird. Okay, I think that'll do. So, I mean, all right, I don't think this is the problem, though. It only reads when the power is plugged, like the programming header is plugged in. That's the only time that it reads properly. Why? Why? Why would you do this to me? How fucking dare you? All right, let me sort these out a little bit. Didn't know that was the 3-pin one. I know that had a white connector on it. That's weird. A little bit of everything all of the time. All right, let's see. Oh, grime. There's just grime everywhere. All right, there's power. There's the sensors, power sensors. LEDs over here. These are probably the most current hungry thing of this whole setup. That's my concern, is that those are what's causing this problem. But we've got 2 amps, so I don't know. I don't know what's possibly doing this. We're gonna have to get a little troubleshooting on this thing. I'm gonna have to get pretty deep into it to figure it out. I'm already tired. Let's see. So if I set this thing up over here and we plug everything into the main board, we can do a little probing around to see what's going on. We can see if it still does it now that I've fixed the power input. even though that was already making a connection. That already made a solid connection. Where'd the board go? Where did the... Can I stand this thing up? I could probably put it on its face. Oh yeah, there's foam in there to try to keep it from rattling. There's just all the wires. I've got wire fatigue. Here, I'm gonna put these 2 feet back on just so it's got something to sit on. What happened to the bolts that went to these? This thing went from being like a little enclosed thing to exploded all over the desk in record time. Shit, 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 shit. Don't drop it, don't drop it, don't drop it. Don't drop it. What are you doing exactly? So these, my computer sits in like a little tray. My gaming computer, because I'm a gamer. My gaming computer sits in a little tray under... Fuck! That was a drop. My gaming computer sits in like a little tray. It used to be a keyboard tray. And so this is designed to exhaust air from that tray. Oh, there's the circuit board. It fell on the ground. God, there's so many things on the ground today. This exhausts air from the back of that tray so that hot air doesn't go up in my face. And so I plugged it in and it's not really working. I don't really know why. So I plugged it into the programming interface and then it started working again, which is really weird because we're not registering ground faults. I'm looking for that screw and I'm just not finding it. I found literally everything else that I've dropped today is in this little tiny area. That screw is not. I don't know what happened to it. I don't know where it went. Chat. The screw's gone. I see it. All right. I got it. I got it. Gotta get up without unplugging the mic. All right. Toss the cable behind me. Come back over yonder and continue our work. So yeah, I'm gonna put the stilts on this thing so I can just put it in the background, and then we'll plug it all back in. But this time, I can actually get to everything, so we can investigate why it's not working. I don't know why it's not working. You know, we redid this project a little while ago, and I thought I did a decent job of it. You know, but oh well. No, I don't. I need a magnet tray. You know what happens to magnet trays? Come on, magnet tray. Not all screws are magnetic, but like I have a magnet tray. It's right there. It's totally useless. It's totally useless. Magnet trays are dumb. These screws are stainless, so they're not very magnetic. I won't say they're not magnetic because I think they do have a slightly ferrous thing because they're not good stainless steel, but. Yeah, I've every now and then somebody comes in and tells me I should have a magnet tray. You are not unique in suggesting that, but they're more trouble than they're worth, in my opinion. More trouble than they're worth. What I do need to do is get Julian back in the shop. I don't know what he's up to these days. He's been posting a lot of stuff to YouTube. But it'd be cool to have him back in. Julian's a buddy of mine. He's also a music producer. Pretty damn good at what he does. Ah, shit. Drop this thing in the fan. But he really only comes around when I have a musical project, and I haven't had one. So. Inox and aluminum. What the hell is all that stuff you're talking about? I want to try the flat magnetic mat iFixit sells. You can get them on. You don't have to buy it from iFixit because they're going to charge you too much for it. But I have the silicone mat that I use has like a magnet strip in it. I don't. It's just not. I don't know. I don't like working on silicone because it catches dust in a weird way. But yeah, it exists. I don't know. It's not bad. All right, having a wire cutter with all these wires present is, it just feels weird. All right, and we're back. And we're back. I'm gonna clean up a little bit. Always clean your lab setup. Clean the bench. You want to keep a nice clean bench when you're troubleshooting stuff, because clutter is just gonna get you, you know. On the list of things that you want to have to tolerate while troubleshooting something, clutter is not one. If it can be easily stricken from the list, then it deserves to be. All right, let's see. So these are 3 to 1 adapters that I'm using. Let's get this out of this thing's own way. So that's one splitter. Jesus Christ. This is fucking annoying. You got all these things plugged in. Yeah, see, that one gets the 3, and then it goes to the 3. The splitter I have happens to be a 4-pin splitter. So that's number 3. So that goes here. This one I labeled 1. That is number 1. The larch. And then this one is number 2. Buying those 4-pin Molex connector things is a great idea. I'm glad I did that. I tore up an amp once with a stray wire that had made it under the PCB on my desk. I was livid, spent a ton of time replacing the finals, and it blew up. Part of it I couldn't fix. God, that sucks. That's like, name the most irritating thing. All right, get that there. And then these are the lights. Just put them, I don't know, put them back here. Can I get that to reach? No. See, if we're going to be probing around this thing, I need to be able to probe around it. And this isn't a very long wire. Whoa, that was a huge burp. Sorry, chat, if you heard that. Whew, man, I need to get rid of that one. I'll just squish it. There we go. Okay, whatever works. Whatever works. Now I can at least see the fans working and stuff. I don't know where that came from, like the shadow realm. All right, so if I don't have everything plugged into the fan setup, and I'm just plugging it in like this, am I going to get it to function properly? And this way I can actually get to probing stuff too. So if I have it like this, is it going to function right with 2 amps at 12 volts coming in? All right, it's going to take it a second, and then it realizes that, okay, so it still thinks nothing is plugged in. When I worked at O'Reilly's, we had a part number for a flux capacitor. Hey, that's not bad. Huh. Well, I just pushed on it and stuff changed. But now it's blinking again to say that nothing is connected. Holy fuck. Aha. Yes, I see. Perhaps it is running out of current from the regulator, though. Yeah, that's a spicy meatball. So what happens if I unplug this? Of course, now we don't have any sort of an LED indicator, but this will be allowed to cool off a little bit without having to run. Let's see if this thing turns on properly after a little bit. We got to give it some time because we can't observe anything happening with this. But I think maybe what's happening is it's overdrawing and then it can't get 5 volts out to the temperature sensors. So my alternative here is to use a 5-volt regulator that can handle the amount of current that this thing would typically need. How much current does that length of plug strip use? I'll have to search through what I've got in my miscellaneous bin. I do have a 5 to 3 volt. No, that's not what I need. No, you don't. I mean, splitting your supplies is not a good idea in a system like this. It's not really necessary either, because I mean, we're probably drawing like 1 amp at most for the LEDs. It's like what, 300? So what is it? WS 2812. WS 2812B amp calculator. Hey, there you go. How do I calculate the amps of a 144 RGB? 5 meters. I mean, we're dealing with like 300 millimeters, right? 60 milliamps per LED. How many LEDs is this thing? God, if I know. Yeah, that's if you're outputting white. Let me see how many LEDs this thing is. These aren't turning on still, which is a worrying. I don't know if it's an overamping problem. It probably is, but at the same time, it's still not working. This should have turned on. Oh wait, no. I don't have, that's right. I don't actually have the right thing plugged into it. Duh. Hold on a second. I just hit the reset button. Okay, nothing is plugged in. So I'm going to unplug the LED strip and then reset it again. And now we've got to wait for this thing to spool up if it does, because we don't have any other type of indicator light on this thing, unfortunately. I didn't put like a temperature LED. I probably should have. Yeah, that's something to bake into the theoretical final design that I keep thinking about making. The life cycle of a project around here. Concept, janky, redo it again, but this time make it good because you can't tolerate it. It's a tale as old as time. This really should be turning on. You know, it's not even hot in here and I'm sweating. I don't know what the deal is. I think I'm gonna have a heart attack. That's what I'll do. No, it's just it's because of the lights. Got a lot of light on me right now. Let's go. Do something. Show me that you're still working. I don't know. I could have just had like an LED that would be like a status indicator. Like it could blink when it's disconnected, and it could be solid when it's connected, or something. Any of a number of little tricks that you can do to have a readout for whoever's trying to troubleshoot your thing. I think maybe it is technically thinks it is disconnected. So measurements. Let's do some voltage measurements here. This is going to get tangled in everything. All right. So out here, I should be seeing 5 volts. Pretty solid copy on that. -12. Solid copy on that. Let's see, power from the programming header. I'm going to verify what the programming header is, just the easiest thing for me to get to. So 3 pins in. So ground is over here. And then 3 pins in, I should see 5 volts. 4.99. What do heck? That's pretty cool. Stolarx. Doing pretty good Raspberry Pi coding. I just smogged my car running the ECM program on one and tricked the DOB OBD 2 port for the smog machine. That's pretty cool, man. On Chevy, I hear it's just like a 1 bit. You just unset. It's like, oh, I passed smog. Smog. I think this goes beyond a capacitor, because for some reason it's just unable to recognize that anything is plugged into it. This year moves too fast. Ah, man, I'm with you, Lost Algorithm. Well, thank you for the 35-month streak. Hot damn. Let's put you up on the board. It'll give me a chance to stretch my legs so I don't get blood clots and die on camera. Yeah, it's not recognizing that the probes are plugged in, and then when I plug the programmer in, it's totally cool, and everything is fine. I'm wondering if I need to put in a delay in the code. Maybe it's trying to read too fast. That's the theory that I'm working on, because so far, everything else seems to be functioning just fine. Seems to be, you know, perfectly fine. It's running itself just the way it should, which is really ticking me off. We found one dodgy wire connection, but one dodgy wire connection does not make a malfunction. It just meant that it was ready to malfunction in that way. And that malfunction would have been immediately recognizable because nothing would have powered on. But that wasn't the problem. Now it's directly soldered, so that's not, absolutely not the problem. You know what it is? It's because I'm not in the fan, and when I'm not in the fan, I get very warm very quickly. Lost Algorithm, welcome to the board. You're right by a little shrimpo. Caliber 1. Yes, body me's right there. Thank you so much for that streak. That's a big streak. Our power went out yesterday during the morning, and I had to restart, burn the subs. Little Fluffy Cloud. It's the last 7 months. Keep it real. 7 months from Little Fluffy Cloud. Thank you so much. Ooh, a very large Roman number has just followed. Thank you. A large Roman numeral. Let's see if Little Fluffy Cloud bops anybody. Looks like that's a negative. No bopping today. I need to be water cooled. I guess so. Have a hot tub stream. Just me sitting in the backyard in a kiddie pool. You guys would have a camera that's like 600 yards away. There'd be no interaction with the stream at all. I'm not taking my 40-volt microphone into a pool. Little Fluffy Cloud, welcome to the board. No, you know, you guys should know that I'm very bad at doing nothing, so that would be torture to me. Little Fluffy Cloud, welcome to the board. Thanks for the 7 months, man. All right, back over to this oddly malfunctioning thing that was working for a long time without malfunctioning, and then it worked for a long time with me having it plugged in to the serial interface, which is nonsensical. I don't know what the hell, why would it do that? I mean, clearly it's not functioning right now. I didn't plug in the LEDs because they were drawing a bit too much current from that regulator, and we thought that would be the problem. But if I plug this into the computer, it's going to start working again. So here, just grab this cable. So this is, I mean, this is an interesting and unique kind of problem. I must have tapped the reset pin. I wonder if it'll actually start working now. Let's see if it just shuts off. Yeah, it just shuts off. So if I connect this to the programmer, like so, now I can open up the computer. I can open up. Guess I have to restart it. All right. Yeah. And we can see it functioning perfectly fine. And we can see that in a couple seconds, that'll spool up to the point where it starts running the fans. This is basically, at these temperatures that it's at right now, this is where the computer idles. And this basically tells the fans that, yes, the computer is on right now. So these things should be on. These should be spinning. See, and this has already started. So when we had no LEDs plugged in, that thing was not quite, when we had no LEDs plugged in, the fans were off for a long time. So we know that it wasn't getting the data. It was in an error state. So I don't really think that hot regulator matters that much. I think that's within specifications. It might be a little bit warm. It could probably use a bit more metal on the tab to dissipate heat, but I don't think that was the problem. No, and I don't think it's a loose connection on the PCB either. There's some very good connections going on here. When I plug in the programmer, it functions. I think what it is, when you're touching things, there's a loud sound. It's probably me connecting to earth ground. Yeah, are you guys hearing like a, hold on. Touching things, loud sound, touching things, loud sound. Are you hearing it at all? I'm not. It could be the body of the, oh, that's not. Make sure that's plugged in. Huh, I wonder what that is. I got all kinds of weird ground issues around here. What's not on? What are you talking about? It's plugged in right now. Everything's, you mean when this thing isn't plugged in? Like this? Now is there a loud sound when I'm touching things? Touching you. Oh, there it is. Yeah, what is that? That probably is a bad ground loop. Yeah, that might be a bad ground loop. I thought it was software. I was going to go down the software route for it. All right, let's take a look at our grounds then. Yeah, something isn't grounded properly. All right, I'm going to unplug. That thing's off. Why was there bad ground? What could it possibly have been? How could we have made such a mistake? Let's get this thing out of here. So it wasn't happening when I had it plugged into the computer ground, but when this thing was plugged in, it was happening again. What could it be? Here we are. Microcontroller. Hello, micro. I got grounds over here. I got grounds over here. So we should make sure that both of these grounds are connected. They just run to the majority of the copper on the circuit board for all of the filled stuff. I suppose when we plug ground in over here through this pin, somehow everything is working itself out. And it's not a factor of what's plugged in. So I'm going to unplug everything from this board. This board is very simple. So we can take a quick look at it on the scope. If I can get all this annoying stuff out of the way. All right, so power and ground coming in here on the 2-pin plug. And on the 2-pin plug, got the keyway there, Ground is this lower pin. It's toward the outside of the rest of everything. Let me get a pointing device. Pointing device, so I can properly keep track of everything. Now, technically, you could probably use a capacitor right here, just to be kind, but it's not strictly necessary. In something like this, I could do it if I felt like it. All right, so ground over here. Just takes a turn right there. This is where it connects to the fans. Or no, this is the LEDs and the sensors. The sensors get their pull-up resistor. Over here, takes a little turn, goes over there. This is just the white wire getting down to this level. That would be 1, 2, 3. And I think this one is ground, right? No, that's power. It makes this, wait, is this one ground? Oh yeah, that's ground, but it's switched by the, yeah. So there's what it's switched by. Let's see, ground, traveling across, we go to the other fan connectors. These are the two that aren't switched. They get a perfectly fine ground over here. This is what is switching ground to that fan. Here is the current limiting resistor for the infrared LED that's inside of this thing. And that goes to, ba-bam, the tab. Dun, 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 the tab. In, ground, out, ground, over to here, to that ground pin. The other ground pin is not being used. Maybe I should use the other ground pin. So ground goes right next to raw. So that's this. We just run a wire straight over to here like that. I mean, these two pins should be associated with one another. It's weird that plugging in a programmer to this thing suddenly makes everything work perfectly. There's the power, the 5-volt wire going to there. Does that get to the rest of the circuit? Huh, looks like it's discolored a little bit there. It does get to the rest of the circuit. Wait, that's 12 volts. The yellow wire is 12 volts coming over. What was formerly yellow? Ooh. Maybe it does get a little too hot. Yeah, they should both go to the ground plane of the PCB. I don't understand why it's screwing up. Wow, that's getting a little warm right there. Yeah, that's 12 volts. This is the 12 volts in. Ground out. Out just goes right to there. Wait, how am I powering the... How am I powering the sensors? 5 volts, 5 volts, 5 volts. Red wire. Oh, it's the red wire. Ha. Red wire goes over to here. Oh, I see. Okay, so yeah, that's like under this stuff is where the red wire comes from. So I'm going to drop a bunch of copper here. I'm going to put some desoldering braid in this area just to soak up some of the heat from this thing. And then we need to connect the, I think like this wire to ground. Let's double check that. So this, but flipped. So RX, TX, reset ground. That's this side. RX, TX, reset ground right here. TXRX, whatever. TXO. I love how SparkFun was like RX and TX is too confusing because we're connecting RXs to TXs and we don't know which side is which. So let's also give it an in and an out. So we've got RXI and TXO. Wow, that didn't clear anything up. It didn't clear anything up at all. We're just forced to kind of exist in a world where it's very confusing which one is RX and TX. That's it. There's no solving this problem. Adding letters to it is not going to do anything. And then on the programming header, they have RXI and TXO? Do they go directly, or do we flip them? I don't know. It's a stupid DX and RXR. All right. Anyway. Yeah. It's just stupid. Shouldn't the other one be RXO and TXI? But TX out is just TX. It's like a redundant letter. Why is it there? You can just do I and O. You use one letter for it. I don't understand. Anyway, yeah. So I don't understand why we would have weird grounding issues. I mean, there is a ground pin right here next to raw. That's what we're giving ground currently. Why would then this? Yeah, if they wanted to keep 3 letters, I guess. I guess that's all I can really. Raw, ground, reset. So, yeah, TXRX reset ground. Let's add that extra ground connection. I don't know if that's really it. I don't know. Like, why would it have so much trouble getting power all the way out to the sensors? I still think it's a software problem. It strikes me as a software problem. All right, so I need some of this wire. I've got it all on spools. I miss Spool. I saw him in, whose chat was he in? I think he was in Rabaz the other day when he was playing RimWorld. I think Spool's in a pretty good place, though. He's doing well. All right, I'm going to get a little piece of wire off of the reel here. Yeah, Spoolio's good people. 2 grounds for more current. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know why it, like... Because, like, the Arduino should have both of those just on a singular ground plane. They should just be on one big ground plane. So, it doesn't make any sense. All right, so what was the order of pins? TXRX reset ground. TXRX reset ground. It's right there. All right. And then over to that pin. Usually I'll lock the circuit board down, so doing this freehand is kind of weird. I'm also in a weird position. Yeah, there's the wrong pin. You're right. Well, that would have just reset it constantly, which, you know, hey. Oh, God, a finger cramp. Just what I needed. Glucose level's going from high to low, and when it does that, the body likes cramping, so my dumb diabetic body is like, hey, guess what? Here's some lactose, muscle. And the muscle's like, God fucking damn it. Come on. Why is this thing resisting me so much? There we go. Yeah, I'm probably going to have to put this in the vise to hold it. I just want to do this and then test it real quick. So I could use flush cutters on that, or I could just do this. I could just metal fatigue it. Metal fatigue, metal fatigue, metal fatigue, metal fatigue, metal fatigue. There you go. And then I'm going to drop some solder on it just to hold it down. Crimson cramps. That's right. Welcome to my day. Welcome to my day today. It's the crimps cramps that Rabaz is always talking about. Does crimps cramps have a meaning? Like, I think I looked it up once, and it just means like stuff, right? Stuff that you put on something to make it look more natural, I guess. I don't know. It's a great name for a podcast. That really is. If Rabaz ever did a podcast, it should be called Crimps Crams. There's a word in there that I'll get to. Hold on. Just trying to give this good solder. I think maybe the connection to ground was the problem. It doesn't, I mean, it looks a little cold welded. Let's give that some extra solder. Maybe that was it. Maybe this is the problem all along. It was the friends we made along the way. The problem was the friends we made along the way. All right, maybe that was the issue. I don't know. Knickknacks. Sciatica. Human nerve fatigue. I don't know if it's human nerve fatigue. I do have a little bit of neuropathy. Like when if I gain a little bit of weight from where I am right now, I'm not in a good place weight-wise, but if I gain a little bit of weight, every now and then I'll be able to be like sitting there and I get tingly hands, tingly fingers and hands, and shake them out, kind of hit them against stuff until the nerves sort themselves out. Losing weight immediately solves that problem, so I'm trying to, but sciatica, sorry, yeah, sciatica, I know how to say it. Now I know how to say it for some reason. The equivalent of metal fatigue for the human nerves. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Instead of metal fatigue, sciatica. So Rabo's playing Chernobyl Light. Yeah. Been looking forward to that game. Same with the new official Stalker game. It is a Stalker-like. It looks fun. I don't know. I feel like I'm gonna sneeze any second now. Let's try it out like this before I put a big chunk of stuff right there in order to help this thing dissipate heat. I'm gonna try it out like it is, and we'll see. We got perfect 5 volts out of it too. That's the kicker. I'm happy to overdrive that voltage regulator. Actually, I don't think it's overdriven, but I think it is at its limit, and I think it needs to dissipate heat a little bit better, or it's gonna run into trouble. One, 2, 3. Power. This is just in the way. You gotta move. I've noticed that a lot of the tomato voices that he's been doing recently are sounding a lot like baby cakes. Be aggressive. Be aggressive. I went back to, what is it? It's not Adam Neely, is it? Is it Adam Neely? I went back to his channel recently and listened to some of that stuff. The last update was like 2008 or something. It's just like, oh man. YouTube is so different now. I never watched the show. He had a whole show on what was it? Was it Comedy Central or Cartoon Network? I can't remember which one had him for a whole show, but man, that stuff is old school. Brad Neely, that's the one. I enjoy his voices. Yeah. Is that a fluke? Yes. These are rather expensive for what they are nowadays. You can buy much more really capable. We have the same one at the office. I think I got this one. You can buy much more capable multimeters. The Fluke 179 is probably my favorite. It has one job and it does it really well. The new ones, yeah, China, Illinois, was on Cartoon Network. Okay, yeah, so I never watched it. I saw like an episode or two. The Fluke 179 is great because you can run over with a truck. At one point, the only thing that could ever go wrong with it is that it gets Alzheimer's. The microcontroller went bad. So the micro went bad and it broke. Then I went on eBay and I bought one that was literally in a fire. I get this thing in the mail and it's all fire damaged and everything. All the plastic was melted as though it had been in a fire. It was exactly what I bought. Took it apart, 2 screws, 2 halves, big plastic, everything is big. Take the board, put it in here. It's a brand goddamn new meter. Works perfectly fine. Could use a little calibration. There's a way that I could do the calibration. Yeah, it's off by maybe a decimal of a volt. I could send this back to Fluke and have them tune it. They have all the right equipment. But it works amazingly well. It has one job. It always does that job. That's what I'm buying. That's what I'm spending hundreds of dollars on when I get one of these. However, the markets being what they are, there are a lot of alternative multimeters that do a lot more tasks nowadays. I have an oscilloscope. It's right there. Anyway, no, I have an oscilloscope, which means I don't need all of those crazy capabilities from the multimeter. You know, this thing I'll throw in a toolbox and I'll go out and I'll measure somebody's car. I literally did that last week. Measure somebody's battery voltage and then rescue them when they're stuck in New Jersey with a dead battery. But that's where this thing kind of excels. The modern ones have like oscilloscope capabilities. You can do like remote stuff with them. There are great alternatives. How much is the fire damaged one? I think it was like $70 or something. I forget what I paid. But yeah, there's much better capability to be had out of devices like that, for sure. Nope, broken. What the fuck, man? You gotta do this to me. I don't understand. Oh, well, maybe this thing wasn't plugged in all the way. Hold on. There, you power down for a second here. Get ahead of yourself. Okay, there. Now it's plugged in all the way. Yeah, the tweezer multimeter is a neat one. That one, my little Canada one, this one's way behind the times, but this thing is fun to have. This isn't a well, this is a component measure. It's not really a multimeter. It's doing the ground loop noise. Can you guys hear that? I'm not even, oh, I did touch it for a brief amount of time there. I'm hydrating, hold on. This noise? Or is it this noise? Yeah. I can hear a little like grinding kind of noise. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. All right. Okay. All right. All right. All right. All right. Okay. All right. All right. No, it didn't work when I plug the thing in, I don't get the noise and then everything works properly. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. Some 20 years ago, I used a $200,000 network analyzer at work, and now I got a 3 gigahertz one for just 100. Yeah. Yeah, I think our place spent, not a network analyzer, but it was like a logic analyzer. And it was like $60,000. No, this is not working. That doesn't count as working. That's broken. That's erroneous, weird shit. Yeah, that's being held in a state. When I let go, it comes back to life. What the fuck? All right. Okay, all right. Okay. 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 All right. Okay. All right. All right. Okay. God fucking damn it. All right. So what's going on with this thing? Probably still a ground loop, I would guess, but now we've connected both grounds. So this ground down through here, right there, all the way in to ground. So I'm wondering if I need to take a wire and go up above this, because maybe that's a little restrictive and weird stuff is going on using the part as a jumper. Although I'm pretty sure on the underside of this thing, it has one singular trace. I'm gonna put a jumper up and over the middle here, because this is a weird ground thing. So let's just see if that fixes it. Because I mean, like, it's a problem with this thing not seeing anything in the outside world, and there's a very clear bottleneck in the ground right there. Oh man, this is where I start to. I'm gonna do my own thing. I'm gonna do this my way. I'm gonna fix this problem, and you guys will see. You'll all see. All right, holding the board down will help me maneuver this thing around. All right, got my little piece of wire. I don't understand. I mean, I guess one thing is that if it's bottlenecking the ground, plugging the programmer in would give it more of a ground connection, but not to the sensors. That's strange. Put a diode in there. Hold on, I'm just getting tweezers because I need to manipulate the wire a little bit. Yeah, I think there's with the audio thing that I'm doing, if I get a loop to earth ground, then I get weird noises out of the mic. It's just something that happens. So I just have to be careful around switching signals and grounds and stuff like that. Generally, I'm pretty well electrically isolated. Probably should be going above the board. Yeah, let's give this a shot and see what happens. Metal fatigue, 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 metal fatigue. There we go. Got it. First try. Okay. Yeah. Loopity schwoopity hoop. Let's see what that does. I just plug it in like this. Three, two, one, go. Fuck. Didn't work. Yeah, the chant is vital to it actually working, yeah. To the metal fatigue working. Why is this happening? I ask. That's probably going to give the noise that you guys don't like. Owie! That thing hurts. So if I... Okay, so here's the argument, right? The regulator is... If you touch the mesh, you also get the ground loop noise. Yeah, it's probably the ground coming through the little power supply. So if I touch this, it'll make the noise. Things we've ruled out. I'm not willing to believe that it is current that is killing it, although that is one of the killers. That is a potential no-no, because you can see how hot that thing is getting right now, right? You can see how hot that thing is getting right now. The regulator's not having a good time. It's straight up having a bad time. Restricted ground through the regulator. Well, we just put a wire on top of it. So it's not that. Is it too much current draw? Well, I'm willing to say that it is not. Because if I unplug the primary current draw, which is the LED strip, because that's using 5 volts. Unfortunately, I don't have 12-volt LED strip. So it's using 5 volts. And I reset the whole thing, right? It'll start up. And we can pretty much like 3, 2, 1 countdown to where it should be spooling up 1 fan if it was working. Is it weird that after making changes they had no effect? It's frustrating. It's not that it's weird, it's just frustrating. So this isn't going to start up again. We don't have the LED indicator, but this is telling us what we need to know. I'll give it another minute, and if nothing's happening there, we got to look at software. I feel like what's happening is it's polling too quickly. I feel like it's polling too quickly. This is a problem, but it's not the problem. The burned wire is a bad omen. I think it needs a rebuild. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. How much delay are you thinking? Well, we got to look at how the software is running. We got to look at the software and figure out what's going on. What's going down? I wish I could like virtually. Oh, by the way, yeah, another thing that rules out it being just purely a hardware problem. If I plug this thing in and I don't, well, that could still be a ground issue. But it's not like we're seeing a drop in the 5 volts. We saw it pumping out 5 volts perfectly. We'll look at it right now. I'm just trying to think through all the stuff that we've tried to make sure that, you know, things are functioning properly. So if I go ground and power, 4.991. And it was like that with the LEDs going too. This thing has been running the LEDs for quite some time without any apparent complaints. I mean, it's getting pretty toasty, so. Going into there with no capacitor on it. It's going in past the Arduino's voltage regulator. We're not using the raw pin. This doesn't use the raw pin. This bypasses the regulator as well. So we'd be hooking up 2 5-volt supplies at the same time, which could give it that little, but it's not like it needs an extra boost. We got 5 volts over here. I think it's got to be a software thing, because when this is connected and serial flows, but it still works when serial isn't turned on. If this is connected, would the Arduino still be sending it periodic signals? I think maybe yes, and that could be delaying things, and that could be why it's working. It straight up doesn't recognize the sensors when it's like this. And you see, the fan has not turned on yet, so. Nah, it's just a little toasty. I'll get too hungry. I'm gonna talk a lot about cereal. Hungry for cereal. This thing is marked 3.3 volts all over it, and yet this is the one that I've configured to 5 volts. How frustrating. It's like a magical ground loop issue that isn't an issue. If I take ohms, because we're not plugged in right now, and I go from this ground all the way out to this ground, I've got 0.5 ohms. That's a very good connection. That's essentially completely shorted. The fact that it is all the way out here might have an effect on it. If I go to 12 volts and I go to the 12 volt pin, I got 0.6 ohms. Blue ow. Blue ow. With 2 months. Morning all. Hey, how's it going, man? Let's put you up on the board. Yeah, we're deep in the throes of frustration here today. I've got a fan thing that sits at the back of my desk and exhausts hot air from my computer, which is in a tray, so it doesn't get up into my face. When I plug this thing into 12 volts, it doesn't recognize that the sensors are plugged in until I plug in the programmer, and then suddenly, magically, it works. So we're looking at ground loops, we're looking at connections, and I guess we're gonna look at software and how quickly the software is operating next. It's a good little break here. So let's put Blue AU, Baloo, ow, onto the board. Thank you so much for the 2 months, man. I appreciate you resubscribing to my channel. Hey, take it easy. Take it easy. I didn't think this would take up a whole stream. I thought we'd be doing something else. What are the sensors? Dallas one-wire temperature sensors. Yeah, AU is in Australia, but I like going "ow" at the end of it. Baloo, you're by Mia Khalifa, whoever that is, and Biscuit 4083. Sausage Toes is over there. There's a Celia Russell and a Pokey. Okay, so I think software. Oh, hey, there's a view. I think we're looking at software now, because like shit ain't work. Shit ain't work, and it's supposed to work, and there's no. No, these people did not personally sub to my board. If you gift a sub, the giftee goes up. So, same with Linus. Yeah, it would be cool if Linus Torvalds actually knew I existed. That'd be cool. But no, it's if you gift a sub, whoever you gift it to will go up on the board. So we've got some of the more famous. I mean, there's like ninjas up there and Dr. Octopus or whatever the fuck his name is. All right, so we're getting good voltages. Usually, if the regulator is the problem and it's being problematic, you will see like a drop in voltages going into the things. 1 sec, I'm gonna cough. There's a lot of dust around today. It's not outlined. It's a bubble font versus a one-line font, and I actually had to. I think I did it in a day, but it was a hell of a day. Take the bubble outlines that typically make up the font lettering and turn them into singular outlines. So I had to make all those paths manually and stuff. Wonder why there's so much dust. Yeah, this thing's been working for a little while. Good to get the dust out. But, oh God. Okay, hold on. Okay, so what the fuck? You big bastard of a fan thing. How goddamn complicated could it possibly be? You read some temperature sensors, you write to a variable, the variable flutters about in this nonsense meat space world that we call IRL, and that little number dictates, it dick potatoes, a little wibbly pulse that comes out of one of the pins, and that gets distributed to the 3 fans. What then react to it? This has in the past worked perfectly fine for an exceedingly long amount of time. The first thing to get 5 volts is the Arduino. It's not, it's perfectly, everything works. Why does it not? But it doesn't work. It doesn't work when the programmer's plugged in. VCC, raw ground reset VCC. Raw ground reset VCC. Look at you. Look at you, VCC. Look at you just hanging out over there. But the thing is, when I plug in, see, when I power this up normally, everything functions. So when I plug this thing in normally, the LEDs come on, the fans come on briefly, and the LEDs tell me that I have not connected a temperature sensor, even though they're all connected. And that, you know, oh, maybe the distance of the wires is bad or something like that. I don't know. But it, you know, everything seems to indicate that there is a connection issue. So we look at the connection issue, everything's connected just fine. We ohmed it out. Everything's pretty good. Not to mention the fact that when I plug in the programmer, suddenly everything starts working. What resistor? You mean the pull-up? All the way over here? Hey, come on. There we go. I don't think so. You know, ohm it. And everybody's throwing out suggestions here, but I mean, we're gonna methodically go through this because, you know, chat's crazy. So U to U should be 4K, 4.5K. What is that value of the resistor there? Hold on, let me see. Ah, 4.7. Well, close enough. Close enough. It's about 4K. It's 4.5K. That's totally fine. I don't know, man. All right, so let's take a look at the software and see if it's a software issue. That one's just looking a little weird. This should be fine though. I mean, that fan turning on and off worked perfectly fine. Which SMD part? This one or this one? This is an opto isolator. I'm just using it as a transistor to turn on and off that other fan. It doesn't need to be an opto isolator. It's just what I had. Basically just using it as a relay. I feel something weird through my fingertips there. No, I shouldn't. Nothing's plugged in. Yeah, so like, man, it's not really a ground issue, is it? Not really. Unless there's a lot of like noise in the line or something. Maybe, but no, but then we grounded all that stuff, so that shouldn't. So I need to put, I mean, I didn't put a single capacitor in this entire board. So maybe if I just put a big capacitor on the power input, maybe that'll smooth everything out and everyone will work again. Yeah, I'm considering it. Let's toss a ceramic cap in there. I mean, the Arduino has its own cap, so just, you know. Yeah, but Sergeant, I don't want to. You guys aren't piloting me remotely, all right? I'm not here to be piloted by chat. You guys gotta give me a little space to work. Jeez, you'll find that I do actually know what I'm doing, and the reason that I sound dumb when I'm doing it is so that people can follow along with what I'm doing. So. Because I've had to explain the project no less than 500 times. Yeah, it's frustrating though. So all these are like 50 and 35 volts. So let's just throw a big one at it and hope that it does it. Now we got a lot of space here with the standoff, so I want to make sure that I'm within that amount of space. So like if I put that one on there, it wouldn't fit. Twitch fixes fans instead of Twitch plays Pokemon. Yo, so I was watching Your Movie Sucks, not a review, but it was just like a video on his channel, and he had footage of Twitch plays Pokemon in there, and man, that made me all nostalgic. I made my account for Twitch plays Pokemon. I was PMing with that guy, and I was like, you know, if you want me to like put like wires and stuff, I could totally do that. That was a long time ago though. What is that mark on the cap do? Is that one's denoting negative, right? SMD capacitor markings. I'll just do this just to be dumb. Yeah, that's negative. All right. So I gotta somehow put this thing and that thing, and I gotta solder this to that and the other, all that garbage. I don't know where the capacitor should be. I'm gonna do it directly on the power input. That's where we have room for it. Except that, yeah, that's kind of a stretch, isn't it? Bit of a stretch to get that right there. Let's do a smaller one then. Smaller capacitor. Just trying to choose a big one so that it can kind of unwibble the wobbles that we're getting. It's likely that there's very dirty power on the power supply, and plugging it into a computer might clean it up significantly. Although unplugging the LEDs would probably also have a similar effect, and it doesn't seem to. Yeah, you mean you're not an interactive robot? Nope. Believe it or not. Believe it or not. Hate to pull the veil from you guys on that one, but I don't really have room. I mean, I could drop a ceramic capacitor in there too. It probably should also get a ceramic capacitor. No, I always use SMD stuff. No, that's why I get the square. That's what this is all about. So Nightmare Joker, this is what it's all about, man. This is my bread and butter. This is what, before the days where you could just very easily, you know, get a circuit board made like overnight that's like really high quality. This is the stuff that I use to prototype everything. Square pads means that you can jump the gaps with a surface mount resistor. An 0805, which is a nice size to work with, can just be pooped onto the board just like that and make a good connection. And then I use wire wrap wires in order to create quote unquote traces, and then the wire wrap wires can also jump from part to part in the board. Yeah, this is my tried and true method, man. This is good stuff. This is good stuff. Bread and butter board. What? How dare you? No, okay. Let's just get this thing in here. The problem is that this one connection is like right there. It's really cramping me. But I think what I can do is I can just like very haphazardly just kind of throw this thing right there, and we'll do a wire over to it in order to justify its existence. So let me put a new tip on the iron. A new tip on the old iron. I feel like my desk light isn't as bright as it should be. But I tried turning it up a couple minutes ago and it didn't turn up. It just didn't, just like my dad, it didn't turn up. All right, let's where the tip, oh, there it is. I found it. Bop. And what? Wait. I didn't go all the way down on that. Where's my... Oh, I thought it was saving me from... And we're at soldering temperature. There we go. Okay, let's do this. Still have a stack of those breadboards from 20 years ago too, but I'm using SMD. Using SMD parts like this seems super tricky. Oh man, I love this. What brand iron is that? It's a Pace ADS200. Pace. There's an affiliate link down below, but it's an expensive soldering iron. This is a pro setup. So that whole swapping tips thing and stuff is designed to allow you to be more productive. But like this is a pro soldering iron. I would only suggest this if you're looking for a professional soldering iron, not if you're trying to do hobbies. I'm really botching this guy, huh? Whoa! God damn it! Everything sucks. Hold on. Everything is awful. Let's actually like clamp that in there. Yeah, if I'd planned for the capacitor ahead of time, I would have done better. Probably could also drop a through-hole cap on the other side of the board, but I'll try this first just to see. Just to see if throwing a random capacitor at this thing is acceptable. It's not really like dropping down to solder because it's like floating above everything. God damn it. All right, maybe I'll get a through hole. Oh yeah, my hands are on. I'll move this in a minute. Yeah, take it easy, chat. You're scaring the streamer. Oh boy. Wow, that okay. All right. Yeah, I think this thing isn't getting low enough. Which probably means I should just get in here with a, is that even? I think that made a connection. I don't like it, but it made a connection. No, you know what? I'm going to do through hole. Let's get a through hole cap. I got a whole thing of through hole caps. That's just not going to work. That ain't going to work. Let's see. Through hole caps. What did I do with them? There was a whole grouping of them. I think they're in stuff storage. They're like over here. So I gotta look around for them. I got like 1 billion capacitors in one of these bins. Let's see, those are all vacuum tubes. That's an infrared laser. Heat shrink. D-sub connectors. Oh man, I'm stinky today. Jesus Christ. Finally lifting my arms up and I'm like, sweating earlier had repercussions, huh? Nope. I got some like old parts back here. I know one of these is gonna be filled with capacitors. It's just a matter of finding it. Okay, hold on. Switch sides. Yeah, sniffing it out. I'm smelling them. I smell you, capacitors. You're gonna have to come out right now. All right, I'm not. They might actually be in the other thing, because remember we were working on RC car stuff before I took a break for the computer. Yeah, we were working on RC car stuff, and we had like a noisy motor, and I think that means that they're probably like right here. Oh, the messes you'll make when doing this stuff. Aha! See what I mean? That's a lot of capacitors. Is the electrolyte capacitor lifetime longer if stored in a cool place? I don't really know. Their lifetime is like 10,000 years, right? If used properly, and they don't have the bad electrolytic stuff in them. Okay, so we're not going to need a giant capacitor on this, I don't think. We're not looking to filter out large transients. 100 UF is probably all we need, because we're looking for stuff that's in like the 60 hertz range is the theory. Maybe there's a lot of noise floating around on the board, so if we give it the ability to filter out some of that, it might make this thing a little bit more survivable in terms of current. So I got two nice long legs on this thing, and I can just drop it in right here, and that is just about the same height as our connector, which is going to make getting at that connector a little bit annoying, but hey, if this solves our problems, then I ain't complain. So I'm going to go there, and then I can just bend this one all the way over to ground. That's where that's going to sit. It's a little bit less directly in the path, but it should serve us well. It's 16 volts, right? Ugh, that's getting a little close. 16 volts is getting a little close to the max voltage rating of the capacitor, but I will just live with that. I can drop in a larger cap if I need to. So yeah, that's a little weird. That's a weird circuit connection, but we'll live with it. You're kind of getting into like research paper territory with the lifetime of capacitors. You might want to look up stuff. Look at a book. Found an electrolyte cap that dried out after 4 years of not using HF radio, huh? Interesting. Yeah, it's 12 volts and I have a 16 volt cap. It's cutting it a little close. Read a book. That's a Google thing. That's a Google thing, but you're gonna get into like research papers and stuff. I don't know what they say about the lifetime of electrolytic capacitors, or what they enjoy handling. Putting them in your refrigerator is not something that you need to do. Nor is it ever recommended, but a cool, dry place is just like, you know, a storage area, according to the manual. I'm not going to fully solder this in. I'm just going to attach it and see what happens. Caps are cheap, at least. We can sprinkle them on here like that meme. That meme that Brian Locke stole from me. All right. That's it. We got a capacitor installed. I don't know. What voltage is this one? $40 volt. Oh, okay. Oh, we're totally fine. That's a 40 volt cap. All right. Let's hope this solves all of our problems. Because I'm fucked if I know what the hell's wrong with this thing at this point. I'll plug the LEDs back in just to give us more of an indicator of what's going on. Hey, if it explodes, maybe I'll have another viral clip end up on live stream fails instead of the typical laissez-faire there. Live stream fails is just like 2 streamers that everybody watches. Oh my god, they sneezed. I'm gonna post a clip on live stream fails and I'm gonna get 10,000 fucking upvotes out of. Alright, anyway, let's plug this in. Moment of truth. Proof. Don't do the 3 blinky thing, please. Oh, I hate it so much. God damn it. I hate the blinky thing. Why you have to do the blinky thing to me? Come on, man. I'm starting to really think that it's a software thing. All right, plug it in, but no no serial readout. Ah, there, it starts working. Oh wait, there is a serial readout. Close the serial readout and restart it. Is it actually working right? Nope. See there. See, it fails. Then I plug it in. Fails. It is the connection to the USB or the 5 volts or something. But like in fail mode, Failtown USA, oops, that's ohms. $5 volts. I'm inclined to believe that's pretty stable, but it probably isn't. I mean, I thought we got this working. I was convinced that it would be like a loose connection or something. How's a cap doing? Is that all right? Yeah, the cap's okay. The VREG is at its worst. What happens if you touch the shield of the connectors together? Spotches, thanks for the follow. So tap this to that. Aha. It is not the ground. Let me reset. I don't have a good reset here. I need to like weirdly unplug this with my thumb. Yeah. It isn't the ground. It is not the ground. Yeah. Good data point. Thank you, Tim. Yep, that is a good data point. Ooh, that's a good data point. All right, so USB power, perhaps. Let's go pin by pin, I guess. Pin for pin. Pin, 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 pin. Let's see here. What do we got? Let's go with. I mean, we're reading 5 volts on the thing, so it still could be a power thing. We need these. We need the DuPonts. Wish I had a better name for them than the DuPonts, because there's a little bit of baggage with that one. All right, so ground to ground. First data point. We'll make sure that on this one. Oh, Jesus Christ! Sorry about that burp. What's up, Mr. Yan? Ben Laden V2. Jesus Christ, dude. 2001 jokes are here. Oh wait, no. Maybe 2002 jokes are here. Ground. Ground to ground. This ground plugs in and it is over there. You motherfucker. You motherfucker. Why? What the fuck? That's ground. I am speechless. I don't know what the hell this could possibly be at this point. I just don't know. Is it the power brick? Like, okay, so we attached both of the grounds on the Arduino to the regulator, and we did the ground up top across that regulator. Ground then feeds all the way back over to where we put a big electrolytic capacitor on it. If I do a little capacitor on it, well, the ground on the, oh, you mean on this thing to the main power. I mean, like, okay, so if I take this fail ground and I take it, now there, see, it fails again. If I take that over here, we'll use this one. Take this ground. That's DTR. This one's ground. This ground, I didn't plug it in. This ground, and I touch it to the outside of the barrel. Well, that made a weird noise. I heard a weird noise, but then it started functioning again. Worst part about an issue like this is that once you figure it out, you want to die for not figuring it out sooner. Take it off. And we fail. All right. All right. All right. All right. Let's see. So ohms, I can't test ohms with power on the line. Let me unplug the thing at the wall. So I go to ohms, and I go from the barrel to here. Punch it in a little bit. Come on, buddy. 0.6, it's like, yeah, it's fine. God damn it. It's perfectly fine. Is that, hold on, so is that connection that I made proper? Like, which one of these is actually ground? That one. That's the connection that I'm making. Ah, it might be that I'm making the wrong connection to power on, or to ground on this. That might be it. I might have just found it. The pin that is not in here might be ground. I was getting a lower ohm signal out of this, and this isn't brought to the other side of the board. So I'm going to drop just like a little piece of solder braid right there. I got to cut that too. That might be it. We might have had a floating ground on the whole thing. That makes sense. That's exactly what who said, let's see. Yeah, not a bag of Milky Ways basically just described it. Once you find out what the problem is, you're going to be pissed off about not figuring it out sooner. I think this is actually the right connection for ground. And the one that I used, the one on the opposite side over here, that one is actually for the switch that this thing incorporates. And so I think maybe it's just not getting good ground connection across that. If that fixes it, I'll be happy, but not that happy. I'll be happy, but possibly in sort of a sad way. Come on. Just need you to attach so that I can cut the other end of it and then load this thing up with solder. So it makes a nice big high current connection. I gotta very carefully avoid making a giant short out of the whole thing. If this fixes it, why has it been working? Leakage through the connector, or maybe just the design of the connector. It's one of those things where it's like connected when it's plugged in, and maybe it was doing like a bad partial connection. Like we got real bad ground going through there, and only RF gets through. I don't know. I don't know. Electrical gremlins. That's all I got. It's like the connector wasn't heating up either, so I don't know if this is gonna do it. It seems moderately definitive though. Is this gonna blow up when I plug it in? What am I connecting here precisely? That, and that. That's a big solder blob. That is now a big solder blob. That is now connecting through there. These two pins are connected to one another. None of those are the ring. The ring goes over to there, and then the ring goes to that connection right there, which is a tiny little connection. Gotta make sure that... Ooh, hello. That's a little close for comfort. What's going on there? That's like right next to the ground connection. Jesus Christ. Man, I was tempting fate with this thing. All right, I gotta correct some of this stuff first. Hold on. Let me put this up on the scope so that I'm not leaning in front of the camera. What an odd fucking thing, huh? So this whole device sucks. This whole device sucks. I need to redo it. And I need to 3D print it onto... I need to make this panel into a 3D print. This thing sucks. Everything sucks. All right, let's see. This is a little too close for my comfort. Look at that. I got power and ground sitting right next to each other. Aphitex, 13 months. Let's put Aphitex up on the board while I burp the contents of my stomach. All right, I'm better. Aphitex, thank you so much for the 13 months. Hot damn, that is a long time. Ah! Okay, just pulled my multimeter off of the desk. I'm like a bundle of cables right now. That's what I am. Physically as a person, I am just a pile of wires now. That's what troubleshooting does to you. You eliminate everything, every outlying data point, and in doing so, you turn yourself into a sentient pile of miscellaneous wiring. It was just this connector the whole time. I'm gonna be livid. If it was just this connector this whole time, my God, what have I done? Aphitex. Got a nice little spot on the board by Snoo11 and Plague Pet and Jake Programming and Short Lurker. I have a beautiful beard. Yeah, the power and ground wires are very close to one another. I don't think they're touching, but used to be a stack of fans. I was at some point. All right, back to this. What's the uptime of your BTS? Several hours. Actually, overnight tonight. The uptime in the past has gotten to be like, months. But we had power fluctuations last night, and BTS is not on a backup power supply. So, I mean, there were no... I I don't usually get subs in between streams, but if I do, they do end up going in the database for the next time that I stream. Because I maintain burn the subs on the network constantly, 24 hours a day. The button on the front just enables the streaming of data to the GRBL controller. That was an accident waiting to happen. That's what that was. All right, let's just make sure I didn't short this out, because I did just kind of randomly solder a wire on the underside here. No, that's okay. I did not short it out. I can't go to that one because that one is power. Yeah, that cluster over there is power, and then ground is on the right. Now it's on the left. Crushing these wires with the grating thing. Hold on. Get that all out of the way. Get this all in the way. Here we go. I once knew a pair of dudes called Will and Way. W-E-I. The other dude was Will. They hung out together all the time. You would be shocked at how quickly the joy left their eyes when somebody would make a "where there's a will, there's a way" joke. All the joy just melted out of their existence when they heard that, because they hear it constantly. Okay, all right. This iron tip is not going to get into all that solder very easily, is it? That's a terrible thing to say. Oh, I need to... oh, wait, did that solder? No. No, it did not. No, it did not. I have much larger tips that I could put on this thing. I'm just trying to not right now. So I'm putting a little blob of solder on it to get heat in there. And I really shouldn't be going direct wire to board, but that's where we are. That's what I'm doing. Direct wire to board. Boy, if the problem was that I soldered to the wrong connector on this thing, I'll be happy it's done, but man, was it worth it? What did it cost you? My integrity. Connected. Ready to go? Ready to go. I'll just get a couple more things out of the way, just so if I have a fire, I don't end up, doing too much of a Kermit the Frog flail with stuff all over. Kermit the Frog. Cool. Oh yeah. Plug it into the wall. I expected something to explode at that point. Still dead. Fuck. Like what? Blah. Blah. I gave you capacitor. I gave you ground connection. I gave you wibbly lights. I gave you 12 volts. What else do you want? What do you want from me? God damn it. What a Friday, huh? What more are you asking? I don't know if I have a choke to put on the power. I don't think that would do it. Like, hold on, let me see if I still have that choke. Choke to filter out high frequency wibbly wobblies. We did have one floating around with some of the motor stuff. One that comes with the Granite Devices things, because they want you to put a choke on motor. Nah, I'm not really seeing it. I don't think I have a choke to throw at it. I don't think I got one. But I don't really think a choke would actually solve this problem. I would like to put that to bed, though. But I don't know where it is. I don't know where that choke went. I don't think it's sitting around here. I don't see it. I don't see it nowhere. It's in some of these drawers, maybe. There you go. I never throw anything out. Body. Jeez. All right. Let's give this. Let's put this to bed. Ah, you son of a bitch! I can't believe you've done this. All right. I'm snipping the corners off of the connector. I've got like 1,000 JST connectors. I can always replace it. Now, I really should loop this, which means this probably won't fit in again. This is too much of a choke for this. Yeah, it's not really going to work, is it? Need a ramrod. Let's see. What can I use? That's pretty good. That's going to be a bitch to undo. You happy? What does the choke do? What you're doing is you are tasking the electrons that are. I probably shouldn't have put the ground in there, but the electricity that flows through there, because of the right-hand rule, it is inducing a magnetic field at a very, very small degree, because it's only one singular loop around the choke. So by looping it around the choke, I am tasking those electromagnetic fields to create some kind of flux inside of the magnet. Things like changes of electricity around magnetic fields. How do you put it? When wires moving or the amount of electricity moves inside of the field, basically what it does is it resists high frequency noise, and it sort of like irons over it a little bit. But in the end, you get the exact same problem with this thing. So the choke did nothing. Yeah, I'm kind of at my wit's end here. I don't know what's wrong with this thing. Yeah, probably O-scope time. Probably right. What we'll see is an exceedingly large amount of noise on the planes. And everybody will go, see, I told you there was noise. It's not that I didn't know. And the other thing is software. But we kind of ruled out software by plugging in direct, like if we plug in the external ground directly to this thing, it's fine. Yeah, a different power supply adapter. Maybe it's just running out of current and it gets real noisy. Let's take a look at what's there. Gotta get the scope out. I gotta get the scope out. I'll probably have to go spelunking for another power supply. See what I got kicking around. Oh, my blue one lost its little thing. Shame. All right, so yellow right there. No, the middle one I have turn on when everything else has gotten up to a certain amount of heat. I do have a bench PSU. I could do that. All right, guys, hold up. Let's just take a look at stuff sequentially here. See what we got. But hold up. Hold your horses. And some pump just beeped at me, scared the living shit out of me. Ooh, bolus a little bit much. Down it goes. I'm hoping we kind of even out instead of continue to go down. I've only got 7 units in my system right now. All right, so yeah, let's take a look at what this looks like on the O-scope. Now, I'm not set up right now to give you guys a good view of the O-scope. I can just do it this way. It's going to be hard for you guys to be able to see. But yeah, let's just do it and just see what we get. So I'm going to poke in from the back of the connector because that'll give me a slightly more reliable connection here. Just basically sandwich the pin probe up against the metal inside of the connector. And we'll just let's just look at 12 volts first. God damn it. Wait, this thing isn't even in failure mode. What's going on? Oh, I don't have it plugged in. Yeah, all right, good. Okay, so that means I don't have to be too careful. It's always nice to not have to be super careful. Oh, my face is in the way, sorry. It's his face. Won't be out of the way. I do have to end at a reasonable time tonight because I gotta go buy beer. Go to a friend's house this evening. Ow. Okay. I don't know what beer to buy though. I don't want to get just laissez-faire. I want to get something interesting, like a porter. I don't know. Okay. So minimal amount of electrical noise right now. And let me plug in this thing. Yeah, I have a life. Jeez. Why that's such a shock to everybody all the time. Let's see, we're on channel 2. I want to be on channel 1. Move that all the way down. Turn off channel 2. Back to channel 1. Turn on channel 1. Turn channel 1 all the way down. 2 volt per div, and we've got a pretty noisy. Got a bit of a noisy power supply going on there. Stop at a local craft brewery. I have a like a better, like there's a beer specific store that's nearby. Here's the problem. Right here. As soon as I connect an external ground, this thing works just fine. Whether it be through the oscilloscope or we're changing the problem by observing it. Motherfucker. Top 3 favorite porters. I don't know. I don't know. To be fair. When it's running that LED pattern, is it kicking itself out of functioning? I mean, the dips in the power are concerning to me. The power supply is possessed by Perkele. Black boot. Black butt. Go to, but I'm biased. I was thinking of looking for Deschutes. You know that store that I'm going to go to. Three Mares knows that store. Of the stuff that they have there, what could I get a good quantity of that snobs will enjoy? Because they're a bunch of fucking snobs. I'll have to write that down or something. Just use a wrist strap ground. Yeah, Deschutes is really good. Their ports are pretty good. I don't necessarily need like expensive barrel aged. I want to get just like something that's like a few degrees over swill. Quantum mechanics. classic Founders. I mean, I know this place is going to have it, but yeah, Schrodinger's cat is meowing and ruining the entire experiment. That's basically what's happening right now. If I do this, everything goes nuts. Oh my God, it's all ruined. Oh, Jesus Christ. Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. What is this devil thing going on over here? That's just a floating ground. It's a floating ground in the presence of these lights. The lights that power my desk are very, very RF noisy. And so it freaks the ever-loving fuck out of this thing when I have a floating ground. ADHD emote. I like that one. That's a good emote. What happens if I plug the scope into the ground reference so that this isn't science? This is just this is dumb. We're not going to get anything from this. Okay, there. It's the exact same thing. Great. So if I observe it, it fixes it. It's powering the LEDs right now, right? So that gets a good-ish ground. Dot 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 dot. What does this have that this doesn't? This doesn't share a ground. The coupling is DC. Probes at 1x. Let me just put a big ground antenna on the thing. What the fuck, man? All right. Yeah, when I unplug all of the current using stuff, it's fine. Like, I have no way to know if it works without the fans plugged in. I guess I could observe the output of the Arduino. But again, if I observe it, it changes. There's no more ground to be added. I've added all the ground. New power supply. That's all I can think of. Let me find a 12-volt power supply with a barrel connector on it. Maybe this thing sucks. What are you? It says 2 amps to give. Yeah, the multimeter doesn't go back to Earth, but I don't know. The LEDs are controlled by the Arduino. It's the temperature senders that it's not getting signals from. So the temperature senders maybe don't like all that fluctuation in the power line. All right, a new brick. What do I got? What do I got? Put this thing under like 19 volts or something. Actually, I should plug it in and see if plug it into the power supply to see, because I don't 10 volts. The fuck? Yeah, before we play this game, let me plug it into the bench supply and see what's happening. Where can we get to the things that I need to plug in? I could desolder these connections over here, clip into that, or I could just clip. Yeah, I can clip to the board over here. Okay, so this thing, turn it on. Gotta wait for it to power up somehow. There it goes. I need like a little shelf for this. I should make a little shelf. There we go. It's a little awkward on top of the soldering station. So 12 volts, 10 amps, turn that on. Looked at the website of the beer shop. They have a huge Deschutes sticker on the front. Yes. So I like how you're taking this up. You're like, I must solve this problem. He will have the greatest beer of them all. Doing research on it. I knew if I asked, I'd get a good response. That's great. Because I walk into a beer store and my mind just goes blank. I don't know enough variety of beers. I know how to make the damn stuff. And I'm pretty good at drinking it, but but I'm not all that knowledgeable about like what's out there and what I should buy, and you know. All right, that should work. Hopefully it doesn't short out. Current draw is not a lot, and it fucking works. Now it just fucking works. So it's drawing 0.4 amps. 0.04, sorry. 50 milliamps right now. It's not inefficient. Being a beer snob is just an excuse for being an alcoholic anyway. That's right. If you're into craft beers, it means you can just drink. No, like I know how to make it and stuff, so. Percole's PSU. I guess it is. I guess this thing is major Percole territory. Satana. Why do you hate freedom? This motherfucker right here. Stop telling me what to do. Jesus fuck. I'm gonna throw you out a window. With this. Jeez. I kind of want to bust it open and see what's up. You guys want to bust this thing open? Bust a move? It might be the only one that's noisy enough for the next job. It's true. Man, if only I had a really shitty power supply that only part of the time delivered proper ground, and if you look at it weirdly, it'll work. Donate to the hydraulic press channel. Now, if you guys want to get into devices like this, my advice is to attack the corners. The corners are where you're going to get your best leverage. Sometimes I'll take a saw and saw the corner and take a screwdriver and just pop it apart. One thing I can do is put it in a vise and give it a little squish to try to pop open the stuff. These are plastic welded together for your safety, and they're ribbed for your pleasure too. Look at those ribs. But these power supplies like this, they are sealed, wall warts. They're just, it's probably a transformer and a couple of diodes in here, right? Just to make you 12 volt DC at an absolute blistering amount of current. So these things are not designed to be taken apart. Let's take this one apart, because I'm very curious as to how it's breaking. It might have to do with, that's a little wibbly. It's a little wibbly right there. Yeah, but it turns out it is the power supply that sent us on this whole odyssey of bullshit. Anyway, let's pop this sucker open. If we have the time. Yeah, it is a full bridge rectifier, and although you are memeing, you got the right answer. Full bridge rectifier, okay. Yeah, we can take a look at the rectum fryer in this fucking thing. Whatever. Let's just crush it. Oh, that did not put up much of a fight at all. Yeah, there we go. I heard a lot of crackling, so seems like we can get into this thing now. Look at this thing working perfectly. It's not even drawing an amp. Yeah, that's my old Magpool stuff. I replaced some of it. I'm still playing with furniture. I'm not going to show or mention any of that stuff on stream, because just Twitch, you know? When you can open it with a mill, it's just not a good use of the mill. Let's see, what crackled? Looks like this one got crackle-lacking. Yeah, here we go. There we go. I kind of want to like 3D print something that'll adapt that furniture to VR stuff. I think that would be kind of fun. This tool is suddenly not adequate for what I'm trying to do. If I just peel at these things hard enough, it'll all crack apart. There you go. Yeah, this is stabby territory. This is where it gets real easy to stab yourself, which is why I start the crack on the mill, and then you can peel the rest of it apart. Oh, holy shit. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, woo. Okay. Well, there's your answer, chat, if you were looking for an answer on that one. That's, woo. Oh, ho, ho. That's, I need a young priest and an old priest. Every capacitor has exploded. Every capacitor. And oh, no, we got one survivor. There's no smell. I don't smell anything. I never have. Yeah, that's, that is a danger to all persons. How are we getting 12 volts out of this thing? Nah, this will be fine. I'll just keep using this. This thing is fucked. That's really weird. I did not know that this could happen. I think I'm using another one of these somewhere. I should check up on it. No, this did not no, I don't think that anything about this just happened. This thing is still partially working. I think it's probably making really, it was probably making really shitty power, which is why this isn't warranty. Warranty. Does anything that you're looking at right now look like it has, this is the only thing with a warranty left? I know it's a joke, but I like overreacting sometimes, especially to something like that. Yeah, this is made in China. Boy, this thing is old, and I don't know where it came from. I don't know where it came from. Is there any, there's at least surface mount technology on the thing, but is there a date anywhere? Nah. God damn, it almost desoldered its AC connection. Hot damn. Well, there's your card. Fat lot of good this thing was doing, the little metal oxide varistor. Yeah, there's the Stream Deck, and I'm still thinking about taking that apart on stream because it would be fun. But not a lot of stuff that I have in my possession have remained. Maybe the pencil bin. I haven't taken apart the pencil bin. I'm just gonna get the wire off of this thing as it's the only thing that still has any sort of value. Jesus Christmas. I did not know that this power supply was dead. Like beyond dead. This is probably a 90s thing, right? Yeah, between 12 volt 2 amp wall wart power supplies, probably gonna get different guts. Well, at least I got a cool cable out of it. I can just do this. Just have to throw my like $100. Well, I'm gonna call it $100, but $100 power, my $100 lab supply at it. Everything was fine. I'm gonna call that $100. I think it was like 50 something for the regulator. I forget what the other thing cost. There's an noctua fan in there, and then the outer enclosures is all aluminum. So I don't know. That's the thing. It's like if you're building your own audiophile interface, they sell cases for those, and I should find another one of those cases because those are good. I put my 3D printer in one of them, and not in that shape, but this one got the bench supply, and I had to like mill out the faces for it. They're cool. They're like Alibaba, just like audiophile enclosure or case or something like that. This thing really bit the big weenie in the sky, though. This thing really bit the big weenie. That is an X power supply. Let me pull the light over so that you guys can see it in all of its glory. It looks like I didn't have to claw the whole thing apart. Didn't have to pull it all apart. What was interesting is that there really was no way to observe that this thing was in such a sorry fucking state. Yeah, I got lots of quality grounds. Version 2 is going to be, I think, totally different, though. Version 2, I want everything on one panel, and I'll 3D print that panel. Yeah, the metal oxide Varistor, the paint came off of it. And keep in mind, like, you wouldn't have seen this. This is all just because I cracked open the power supply. All that was behind here. Ready, waiting, and willing. And this still worked. It still worked. It still worked to a degree. I mean, it happened so long ago that the metal had a chance to rust due to the solution that was all over it. That's nuts. And by the way, we weren't drawing nearly as much current as that thing claimed it could provide. Right now, we're at 0.9, 100 milliamps right now to run this thing in low mode. This thing is a 2 watt, sorry, 24 watts, sorry, it's 2 amp output. We were barely utilizing it, so it's not like I overdrew this thing. Replace the caps, super glue it shut. Yeah, this thing's getting thrown out. I can't even trust these anymore. Malyor! Thank you for following. Appreciate it. God. When were you made? Oh no, the MOV's over here. What's this one then? It's just a cap. It's just a cap that had a bad day. Actually, that's not the paint coming off. That's whatever Celastic is up here dripping down. Maybe. I'm not sure about that actually. There's no other markings on this, by the way. I guess markings cost money. So I have no idea when this thing was made. I would love to know if this was, you know, Panasonic. Oh, there's a terrible ad for your product. Check this out. We're so proud of our lineup of capacitors that we put our cool name on the outside of them. Here it is. Capzon. Oh, did it explode? Oh, maybe we shouldn't put our names so prominently on them. Ow, I felt like a pin in my fingertip. What the hell? What is that? A burn? Glue? Huh. Nah, it's just like a crack. What's going on with my skin up there? I think I got some like glue on my hands. Or the capacitor's eating away at my flesh. Yeah, why is my fingertip so dry? I must have poked something with it. Strange. Alright, anyway. What did you use that power supply before? I have no idea. That's why I'm kind of like looking for a date on this. I wonder how bad these chemicals are. Are they hurting me? Nah, I don't think they're that bad. Wouldn't want to breathe them, but Capzon is Shenzhen. Oh, so it could be any company by now. Could be doing anything. Yeah, so this thing is royally fucked. I mean, good God. Well, that explains it. So, this is a random wall wart power supply that made its way into my pantheon of weird wall adapters. The weird wall of weird wall weird. Weird wall weird. But there's no short supply of stuff like this. And although that is getting extraordinarily warm, still okay. Still works. Just a little bit, it's just a little bit cooked. I could maybe put something to dissipate the heat on it. Maybe. But that's getting trashed. Okay, that did not go in the trash. That bounced off of the trash and then it went on the floor because I had the trash scooted under the desk a little bit and I completely fucking missed it. All right. Well, anyway, I guess since we are ostensibly out of time, why is the Arduino itself warm? I'm not gonna cool that. Are you kidding me? God, it's like actually warm. What are you doing, Arduino? Why are you so warm? Yeah, Mega 328 is not a toasty chip. Look, the chip itself is. What am I running through the chip? Well, the fans are all controlled by. Man, I don't know. But yeah, that power supply chip. It needs. I'll put some desolder braid on it, and that'll be able to cool itself off. I got to do that tomorrow morning though. I think I'm pretty much out of time. I got like an hour to figure my shit out, and then I got to go to the beer store. Whoa, Jesus Christ! I dropped a screwdriver and it hit my keyboard, and I think it changed scenes. Yeah, it changed scenes, and so no, that wasn't a drop. It wasn't a drop because it dropped onto my keyboard, which is on my desk, which is not on the floor. But it flipped this scene, which turns that light off, and then it hit the back of the keyboard to hit basically home and end on the keyboard, and that flipped the scenes and made the light flicker. All right, so we figured out what the problem was, and it was a power supply that completely fucking shit the bed on me. That solves that. All I have to do now is put all of this bullshit back into there and find a proper power supply. So I've got the cable from the dead power supply. I'm actually using it right now in order to pump power into this thing. But man, we had a lot of weird theories going around because it was one of these problems that when you observe it, it would solve itself. And it turns out it had something to do with the power supply nearly burning my house down. All of the capacitors inside of it exploded. And so any sort of filtration that it was attempting was probably moot. And so it was unable to do proper, I guess, ground regulation or something. I mean, I guess it's not directly connecting to ground. And so all those capacitors are probably responsible in some way for making sure that your ground is nice and clean. The delivery of your electrons is nice and clean and stable. So when we would poke a ground into it, it would suddenly start using that ground instead and get all its electrons nice and clean. And so that kept us from observing what the problem was. That's why we had all the cockamamie ideas floating around as to what I should do. I should hold a dog up to it while chanting, and that'll solve your problems. Now, chokes, no, that's typically like audio stuff, although that probably didn't hurt it. Capacitors, that was unfortunately a zero-sum game with the capacitor. I'm going to keep that capacitor in there anyway. It's just good practice to have it. Turns out the power supply sucked. It was a piece of trash. We figured it, I mean, we eliminated everything on our path to the power supply. And although it seems very simple to just plug it into your own power supply and have your problems immediately go away, that seems simple, but getting to that simple solution, that's what took all the work. That's where the skill, that's where the expertise comes in. That's what you're paying for when you hire somebody. That's the cost of troubleshooting. The solution can be very dumb and simple, but being able to vet out all of the possibilities is important. Alrighty, I'm out of content. Aside from bringing you guys through the tedium of reassembly, I think I'm going to... I'm probably going to end it here. I'll end it all right here. Everything. We're done forever. No, I'll be back to Tuesday. It's Friday. I don't think I'm going to stream tomorrow. I'm probably not going to be up to it. I'll come back on Tuesday. I'll try to... I don't know. I'm not going to make it up. I don't do makeup streams. That's a terrible like cycle to get yourself into, where I got to make it up to Chad. I got to stream again. Arrow. Or sorry, Arc Wolf. Thank you for following. I'm going to keep doing 3D modeling stuff, though, once I get this piece of shit back together and back in my desk. I'm going to get back to 3D modeling on the RC car because I want to redesign that circuit a little bit so that it can fit in the body of the RC car so that the thing is nice and compact. In addition to that, Burn the Subs 3 coming back out. We got to work on it a little bit more. Other things that I've been meaning to get to. Maybe in a week we'll do the AMD upgrade to the computer. I do want to do that. I just don't want to go through installing all the software. It seems really annoying to do. But at some point I'll gird up my loins, you know, pull them up, tie them, gird the loins, and then we'll pull off that Band-Aid. I'll do the upgrades to the computer and stuff. I can see whether or not my board can handle it. I've had panicked phone calls from the friends who I'm about to see tonight, telling me that cards were suddenly in stock, and only $1,600. And I'm like, I can't spend that money right now. I just can't do it. It was tough, but apparently the cards are becoming a little bit more available recently. We'll have to see, though. Got a cheap SLA printer a few days ago. They're indeed as messy and annoying as people say. Yeah. Your board can't handle the truth. I'm worried about whether or not the power supply can handle the extra computing stuff that the AMD board is going to bring. Also, yeah, Newegg had them in stock for over an hour. I saw that. I was literally on one of the pages like, oh no. Oh no, I could hit order right now, but I didn't. They're also 40 millimeters longer than my case. It's 300 millimeters that I have in the case as it's currently designed, because you can buy the rails in 300 millimeters. 300 millimeters. These are 340. And it's all cooler up there too. Damn. Well, anyway, I'm not, as much as I would love to be able to buy a power supply, or sorry, the card, there's a possibility that I would have to alter the power supply to be a 1,000-watt power supply. I don't want to do that right now. Anyway, I'm going to be back on Tuesday. Back on Tuesday. I'll have something interesting to do. Hold your breath until I go back online, okay? You have to. See you Tuesday.